Welcome to the Sleep Story Haven, your peaceful sanctuary where the whispers of ancient forests meet the gentle rhythm of moonlit shores. Here, time slows to the rhythm of your breathing. Worries dissolve like mist, and your mind finds the peace it's been seeking. Each story is crafted to guide you through enchanted landscapes and tranquil moments, designed to quiet your thoughts and prepare your spirit for deep, restorative sleep. So find your most comfortable position, close your eyes, and let tonight's gentle tale carry you to the peaceful dreams that await. Welcome to your sleep story haven. Take a deep breath and let our story begin. The Sacred Journey, a sleep story of ancient Egypt. Chapter 1, The Seeker's Call. In the gentle twilight between waking and sleeping, there lived a soul named Amara, whose heart carried the weight of countless days and restless nights. She was not unlike you, dear listener, searching for that elusive peace that seems to drift away just as sleep approaches. Her journey begins now, in this sacred space between worlds, where ancient wisdom whispers through the desert winds. Amara found herself standing at the edge of a vast golden desert, where the sand sparkled like crushed starlight beneath a sky painted in soft purples and deep indigos. The air was warm against her skin, carrying the faint scent of frankincense and myrrh, those sacred resins that once filled the temples of old Egypt. She wore simple linen robes that moved like gentle waves around her body, dyed in the color of papyrus reeds that grew along the blessed Nile. The desert stretched before her in rolling dunes that seemed to breathe with an ancient rhythm. Each grain of sand caught the dying light, creating a tapestry of gold and amber that shifted and flowed like a living thing. The silence was profound, not empty, but full, filled with the deep quiet that comes before profound rest. The kind of silence that cradles the soul and whispers of peace to come. As Amara stood in this threshold place, she felt the day's burdens beginning to slip from her shoulders, like a heavy cloak being gently lifted away. The tension in her neck, the worry lines around her eyes, the tight grip of anxiety in her chest, all of these began to soften in the warm desert air. This was a place where time moved differently, where each moment stretched like honey in sunlight, allowing space for true rest to unfold. A soft breeze stirred the sand at her feet, and with it came a voice, gentle as a mother's lullaby, speaking words that seemed to come from the very heart of the earth. Come, weary traveler, come to the place where all souls find their rest. The ancient ones await, and the path of healing stretches before you like the sacred Nile beneath the stars. The voice belonged to a figure emerging from the golden haze of the desert evening. It was an elderly woman, her skin the color of burnished copper, her eyes deep pools of kindness that seemed to hold the wisdom of countless generations. She wore robes of deep blue scattered with silver stars, and around her neck hung an amulet in the shape of an ankh, the symbol of life eternal. Her presence radiated the same peaceful energy that fills a temple at dawn. When the first light touches the sacred statues, and all the world holds its breath in reverence. "I am Nebet," the woman said, her voice carrying the same soothing cadence as wind through papyrus reeds. "I am the keeper of thresholds, the one who guides souls between the world of waking and the realm of dreams. I have been waiting for you, child, for your heart has called out for the deep rest that can only be found in the sacred places of old Egypt." Amara felt a profound sense of recognition, as if she had been waiting her entire life for this moment, for this guide, for this invitation into peace. The weight that had pressed upon her spirit for so long began to lift, replaced by a gentle curiosity and a growing sense of anticipation. She could feel something wonderful approaching, like the first cool breeze that signals the end of a long, hot day. "I am so tired," Amara whispered. And in those simple words was contained all the weariness of modern life, the endless rushing, the constant noise, the difficulty of finding true quiet in a world that never seems to stop. "I've forgotten how to truly rest." Nebet's smile was like sunrise over the Nile, warm and full of promise. "Then you have come to the right place, dear one. In the land of the pharaohs, in the realm where the gods themselves learned the secrets of eternal peace, you will remember what your soul has always known. You will journey through the sacred stories, meet the divine ones who guard the gates of rest, and discover the healing that comes when we allow ourselves to be cradled by forces greater than our daily concerns." As Nebet spoke, the desert around them began to shimmer and change. The sand beneath their feet grew soft as silk, and in the distance, Amara could see the outline of something magnificent rising from the dunes. A structure that seemed to be built from crystallized moonlight and starfire, its walls reflecting the colors of sunset in patterns that shifted and danced like living art. "What is that place?" Amara asked, her voice filled with wonder. "That is the temple of first rest," Nebet replied, "where your journey truly begins. It is there that you will meet Ra himself, the sun god, as he prepares for his nightly journey through the underworld. But first, you must learn to walk with the rhythm of ancient time, to let go of the hurried pace that keeps peace at bay." Together, they began to walk across the golden sand, their feet sinking slightly with each step, creating a gentle rhythm that seemed to match the slow, steady beating of a peaceful heart. With each step, Amara felt herself slowing down, not just in body, but in spirit. The constant chatter of her mind began to quiet, replaced by a growing awareness of the beauty surrounding her. The way the sand sparkled, the soft sighing of the desert wind, the gradual deepening of colors in the sky above. The temple grew larger as they approached, and Amara could see that it was even more magnificent than she had first imagined. Its walls were covered in hieroglyphs that seemed to glow with an inner light, telling stories of gods and goddesses, of the eternal cycle of death and rebirth, of the journey the sun takes each night through the realm of dreams and renewal. Lotus flowers bloomed impossibly in the desert sand around the temple's base, their petals a soft, luminous blue that seemed to emit its own gentle radiance. The lotus, Nebet explained, noticing Amara's fascination with the flowers, is the symbol of rebirth and spiritual awakening. Each night it closes its petals and sinks beneath the water, only to rise again with the dawn, pure and renewed. This is what true rest offers us, not just the cessation of activity, but the opportunity for genuine renewal, for emerging refreshed and transformed. As they walked among the lotus flowers, Amara reached out to touch one of the glowing petals. It felt impossibly soft, like touching a cloud made solid. And at her touch, it released a fragrance that was beyond description. Part jasmine, part sandalwood, part something entirely otherworldly that spoke directly to the deepest parts of her being. The scent seemed to travel through her entire body, loosening knots of tension she hadn't even realized she was carrying. The great doors of the temple stood open before them, carved from what appeared to be solid gold, but which gave off the soft, warm glow of candlelight rather than the harsh glitter usually associated with precious metals. The doorway was tall enough for giants, yet somehow it felt perfectly proportioned for human visitors, as if the temple itself adjusted to welcome each soul who approached its threshold. "Before we enter," Nebet said, pausing at the great doorway, "you must understand that this journey is not like the hurried trips of your daily life. Here, there is no schedule to keep, no destination that must be reached by a certain time. The temple exists in the eternal now, where each moment is complete in itself, where rest is not something we achieve, but something we allow ourselves to receive." Amara nodded, feeling the truth of these words settling into her bones like warm honey. She was beginning to understand that this journey was not about getting somewhere else, but about being fully present to what was unfolding here and now. The very air around the temple seemed to pulse with this understanding, inviting her to release the forward momentum that had driven her for so long, and simply be present to each miraculous moment. As they crossed the threshold, Amara felt a subtle shift in the quality of air around her. Inside the temple, the atmosphere was cooler and somehow thicker, as if it contained more peace per breath than ordinary air. The walls rose high above them, decorated with paintings that seemed to move in the flickering light of countless oil lamps. The images showed the sun's journey across the sky and through the underworld, the eternal dance of light and darkness that governs not just the world, but the rhythm of rest and renewal within every living being. The floor beneath their feet was made of polished stone that felt warm and smooth, inlaid with patterns of gold and lapis lazuli that formed pathways leading deeper into the temple. Their footsteps echoed softly, creating a gentle percussion that seemed to harmonize with some deeper rhythm, some universal heartbeat that pulsed through the ancient stones. "Listen," Nebet whispered, and Amara realized that beneath the soft echo of their footsteps, beneath the gentle flickering of the oil lamps, there was indeed a sound, a deep, slow pulsing that seemed to come from the very foundations of the temple. It was the rhythm of sleep itself, the cadence that calls all living things to rest, the heartbeat of the earth as it prepares for the renewal that comes with night. As they walked deeper into the temple, Amara felt her own heartbeat beginning to synchronize with this ancient rhythm. Her breathing slowed and deepened, her shoulders relaxed, and she felt herself settling into a pace that was unhurried and natural. This was not the forced relaxation of someone trying to fall asleep, but the organic settling that comes when we align ourselves with rhythms greater than our own small will. The pathway led them to a vast circular chamber where the ceiling opened to the night sky. Stars looked down through the opening, their light mingling with the warm glow of the oil lamps to create a soft, dreamy illumination that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. In the center of the chamber, on a raised dais surrounded by more of the glowing lotus flowers, sat a figure that could only be Ra himself. But this was not Ra as the blazing sun god of noon. This was Ra as he appeared in the evening hours, when the day's work was done and the time for rest had come. His skin held the warm glow of sunset. His robes shifted through all the colors of twilight, deep purples, soft golds, gentle roses, and the deep blue-black of the approaching night. His presence filled the chamber with a sense of profound peace, the kind of peace that comes when all striving ceases and we allow ourselves to be held by forces greater than our individual will. "Welcome, daughter," Ra said, his voice carrying the gentle authority of one who has guided the sun through countless cycles of day and night. "I have been waiting for you. Come, sit beside me and learn the first secret of true rest." Amara approached the dais with a sense of wonder and reverence. This was Ra, the creator god, the one whose light gave life to all of Egypt. And yet she felt no fear in his presence, only a deep, abiding sense of safety and welcome. As she settled onto the soft cushions beside his throne, she felt her body sinking into comfort more profound than any she had ever known. The first secret, Ra continued, his voice now taking on the hypnotic quality of wind through desert sands, is this: rest is not the absence of light, but the transformation of light. Each evening, I do not disappear, I change form. I become the gentle light that guides souls through the realm of dreams, the soft radiance that nurtures growth in the darkness, the warm glow that keeps hope alive until dawn returns. As he spoke, the light around him began to shift and change, demonstrating his words. The bright gold of his robes deepened to the color of honey, then to amber, then to the deep red gold of coals in a peaceful fire. With each transformation, Amara felt her own inner light shifting as well, moving from the harsh brightness of daytime alertness to the soft, warm glow of evening peace. Your modern world has forgotten this truth, Ra continued. It treats rest as a cessation, a stopping, an emptiness to be filled with unconsciousness. But true rest is a different kind of fullness, a gentle brightness that illuminates the inner landscape, that tends the garden of the soul while the body lies still. Tonight, you will learn to rest like the gods, not by becoming empty, but by becoming full of the right kind of light. The chamber around them seemed to pulse with this teaching, the walls themselves glowing with the soft, golden light that Ra described. Amara could feel this light beginning to fill her own body, starting at the crown of her head and slowly, luxuriously flowing down through every muscle, every nerve, every cell. It was not the harsh illumination of fluorescent bulbs or computer screens, but something infinitely more gentle and nourishing. Light that healed rather than stimulated, that calmed rather than excited. Close your eyes, Ra whispered. And as Amara did so, she found that the gentle light did not disappear, but instead became an inner radiance, illuminating a landscape of peace that existed within her own being. Feel how the light settles in your body like warm water in a deep bath. Feel how it dissolves the hard edges of the day, the sharp corners of worry and planning and striving. Amara followed his guidance, amazed at how the gentle light seemed to know exactly where she needed healing. It pooled in her shoulders, dissolving the knots of tension that had lived there for months. It flowed through her chest, opening spaces that had been tight with anxiety. It settled in her belly like liquid gold, warming her from the inside out and creating a sense of deep, abiding comfort. This light, Ra's voice continued, now seeming to come from very far away and very close at the same time, is your birthright. It is the light of the soul, the radiance that belongs to every being who has ever lived. The day's activities may cause you to forget it, but it is always there, waiting to be remembered, waiting to guide you home to yourself. As Amara rested in this understanding, she became aware of other presences in the chamber. Without opening her eyes, she could sense that they were not alone, that other divine beings were gathering, drawn by the peace that was building in this sacred space. She could feel their benevolent attention like warm sunshine on her skin, could sense their ancient wisdom flowing around her like a protective embrace. "They come," Ra said softly, "the other guardians of rest, the ones who will guide you deeper into the mysteries of true restoration. But for now, simply rest in this first understanding. Rest in the light that transforms rather than disappears. Rest in the knowledge that true peace is not an emptiness, but a fullness of exactly the right kind of luminous, healing presence." The chapter drew to a close as Amara settled deeper into this foundational understanding. The harsh edges of her everyday world continued to soften in the golden light of Ra's evening radiance. Her breathing had become slow and deep, matching the ancient rhythm that pulsed through the temple stones. Her heartbeat had synchronized with the great heartbeat of the earth itself, and she felt herself being held, not just by the soft cushions beneath her body, but by the benevolent attention of forces, vast and gentle and utterly trustworthy. Around her, the temple seemed to breathe with contentment, the oil lamps flickering in a rhythm that spoke of peace, the painted walls glowing with stories of rest and renewal that had comforted souls for thousands of years. The lotus flowers released their impossible fragrance into the night air, and through the opening in the ceiling, the stars looked down with infinite patience and kindness. "Rest now," Ra whispered, his voice blending with the soft sound of desert wind and the distant murmur of the Nile flowing through the land of dreams. "Rest in the first light, the light that heals and holds and guides. Tomorrow's journey awaits, but tonight there is only this moment, this breath, this gentle settling into the peace that has always been your home." And as the first chapter of her sacred journey drew to a close, Amara felt herself sinking deeper into a state of rest more profound than any she had ever known. Not the unconsciousness of exhausted sleep, but the conscious peace of a soul remembering its true nature, cradled in light that was both ancient and eternal, both deeply personal and utterly universal. The temple held her in its embrace as the night deepened around them. And in that holding, she began to understand that this was not just the beginning of a story, but the beginning of a return to the part of herself that had always known how to rest, how to receive, how to be held by the great loving forces that move through all existence like golden light through water, like peace through the hearts of those who finally remember how to come home to themselves. Chapter 2: The Waters of Isis. As the gentle light of Ra's evening presence continued to hold Amara in its warm embrace, she became aware of a new sound flowing through the peaceful chamber. The soft, musical murmur of water moving over stones. It was a sound that spoke of life and renewal, of the gentle persistence that carves canyons and nourishes gardens, of the endless flow that knows no hurry, yet never ceases in its journey toward rest. Do you hear her calling? Nebet's voice came softly from somewhere in the golden twilight of the chamber. Isis, the Great Mother, the healer of hearts, extends her invitation. The waters of restoration are rising, and it is time for you to receive the second gift of true rest, the gift of emotional healing that flows like the sacred Nile through all the parched places of the soul. Amara opened her eyes slowly, luxuriously, finding that the gentle light Ra had shown her still filled her vision, making everything appear soft and luminous. The chamber had transformed while she rested, the stone walls now seeming to flow like gentle waterfalls, their surfaces covered in a film of water that caught and reflected the light in patterns of liquid gold and silver. Where the painted hieroglyphs had been, there were now flowing streams of the clearest water she had ever seen, each stream following the ancient patterns with fluid grace, creating a living manuscript of peace written in the language of pure, moving light. The sound was hypnotic, not the rushing of rapids or the crash of waves, but the gentle, persistent murmur of water finding its way. Water following the path of least resistance. Water teaching the soul its most essential lesson about the nature of true rest. Come, Ra said, rising from his throne with movements that flowed like honey in warm sunlight. It is time to meet the mother of all healing, the one whose tears became the great river that gives life to the land. She waits for you where the waters gather in the sacred pool, where every soul who seeks true restoration must eventually come to drink. Together, they walked from the great chamber, their footsteps now accompanied by the gentle splash of shallow water. The floor of the temple had become a series of connected pools, each one deeper than the last, each one filled with water that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The water was perfectly warm, exactly the temperature of a mother's touch, and as it flowed around Amara's feet and ankles, she felt layers of tension and worry that she hadn't even known she was carrying beginning to dissolve. The path led them through corridors where the walls themselves wept healing waters, where every surface seemed designed to channel the flow of restoration through the sacred space. These were not tears of sorrow, Amara understood, but tears of joy, the overflow of love that is so vast it cannot be contained, that must express itself in constant, gentle giving. The very air was filled with the faint sound of this blessed weeping, a sound more soothing than any lullaby. As they walked deeper into the temple, the pools grew deeper, until the warm, luminous water reached Amara's knees, then her waist. But rather than feeling restricted or burdened by the water, she felt increasingly supported, increasingly held. The water seemed to know exactly how to buoy her body, how to take the weight of weariness from her limbs and distribute it through the vast, loving medium that surrounded her. This is the first teaching of Isis, Nebet explained as they moved through the flowing corridors. That healing is not something we must earn or achieve through effort, but something we allow ourselves to receive. The water does not strain to support you. It supports you naturally, as part of its essential nature. The mother's love does not require you to be worthy. You are worthy simply by being. They emerged into a vast underground grotto where the ceiling soared high above them, supported by columns carved to look like enormous lotus stems. The walls were covered in paintings that seemed to move in the shifting light, reflected from the water images of Isis herself. Her great wings spread in protection, her face serene with the kind of peace that comes from infinite compassion and unlimited patience. In the center of the grotto was a pool so large it seemed like an underground lake. Its surface perfectly still, except for the gentle concentric circles that spread outward from where a natural spring fed it from some deep, inexhaustible source. The water here was the most beautiful thing Amara had ever seen, crystal clear, yet somehow luminous, as if each drop contained a tiny star, as if the very essence of peace had taken liquid form. And there, rising from the center of the pool like a vision from the most beautiful dream, was Isis herself. The Great Mother stood waist deep in the luminous water, her dark hair flowing around her shoulders like liquid night, her skin glowing with the warm, golden radiance of perfect health and infinite compassion. She wore robes that seemed to be woven from the water itself, shifting and flowing, sometimes blue-green like the Nile, sometimes silver like moonlight on water, sometimes the deep purple of twilight reflected in still pools. Her presence filled the grotto with a sense of homecoming so profound that Amara felt tears spring to her eyes, not tears of sadness, but tears of recognition, tears of a soul finally encountering the love it had been seeking all its life, without knowing it was seeking anything at all. "My daughter," Isis said, her voice carrying all the warmth of summer rain, all the comfort of a mother's arms, all the healing power of waters that have flowed since the beginning of time. How long you have carried burdens that were never yours to carry. How long you have held griefs that were never yours to hold alone. Come to me, beloved one, and let the waters wash away all that is not truly you. Without hesitation, Amara waded into the sacred pool, feeling the warm water rise around her body like the most gentle embrace. With each step deeper into the pool, she felt something releasing, old hurts beginning to dissolve, ancient fears starting to flow away. The accumulated weariness of years upon years beginning to lift from her spirit like sediment, settling to the bottom of a still pond. As she drew closer to Isis, the goddess extended her hands, and Amara found herself moving into an embrace that was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was the embrace of the mother she had always needed, the grandmother she had never known, the sister who understood without explanation, the friend who loved without condition. It was the embrace of life itself, welcoming one of its children home. "Oh, my precious one," Isis whispered, her voice vibrating through Amara's entire being. "You have been so strong for so long. You have carried the weight of the world on shoulders that were meant to carry only your own truth. You have held space for everyone else's pain while forgetting to make space for your own healing. But here, in these waters, you can finally let go. Here, you can finally remember what it feels like to be held instead of holding." As Isis spoke, her hands began to move over Amara's body, not touching, but moving through the water just inches away from her skin, creating currents of healing energy that penetrated deeper than physical touch ever could. Where her hands passed, Amara felt knots of emotional tension beginning to unravel, felt places of old pain beginning to soften and open to the possibility of healing. "Close your eyes," Isis instructed gently, "and let yourself sink into the waters of restoration. Let yourself remember what it was like before you learned that love had to be earned, before you discovered that rest had to be justified, before you forgot that you were born worthy of every blessing this universe has to offer." Amara closed her eyes and allowed herself to sink deeper into the warm, supportive water. As she did, she began to see images flowing through her consciousness, not memories from this lifetime, but deeper memories, soul memories of times and places where she had been unconditionally loved, where she had rested without guilt, where she had been held without having to be strong. She saw herself as a child floating in a warm ocean under infinite stars, supported by waters that had no bottom, surrounded by love that had no limits. She saw herself as a young woman dancing in gentle rain, her arms outstretched to receive blessings that fell from the sky like liquid joy. She saw herself at every age and stage of life, always held, always beloved, always worthy of the rest and restoration that were her birthright. "These are not fantasies," Isis whispered, her words creating ripples of truth through the sacred water. "These are memories of your eternal nature, reminders of who you have always been beneath the layers of forgetting." You are the beloved child of the universe, and every drop of water in this pool knows your name, knows your worth, knows the song your soul came here to sing. As Amara rested in this understanding, she became aware that the water around her was changing, becoming more luminous, more alive with healing energy. She realized that other souls were present in the pool, not visibly, but as presences of peace, other seekers who were also receiving the gift of Isis's healing waters. She could feel their blessings surrounding her, their own healing contributing to her own, creating a web of mutual support that extended far beyond this sacred space. This is the second teaching, Isis continued, her hands now moving to create gentle whirlpools in the water around Amara's heart. That healing is not a solitary journey, but a communal blessing. Every soul who receives healing in these waters adds to the healing available to all souls. Every tear of relief becomes part of the great river of compassion that flows through all existence. You do not heal alone. You heal as part of the great web of love that connects all beings. Amara could feel this truth settling into her bones like medicine, like nourishment, like the first drink of water after a long journey through the desert. She was not alone in her struggles, not isolated in her pain, not separate from the great flow of healing that moved through the universe like an endless river of grace. As she rested in this understanding, Isis began to sing, a wordless melody that seemed to be woven from the sound of water itself, from the gentle lapping of waves against the shore, from the soft rain that falls on gardens in the early morning hours. The song filled the grotto with vibrations of pure healing, and Amara felt each note penetrating her body, tuning her cells to the frequency of perfect peace. The song seemed to last forever and no time at all, carrying Amara deeper into a state of restoration she had never imagined possible. With each note, she felt layers of protection that were no longer needed dissolving away. With each phrase, she felt spaces within her heart that had been closed for years beginning to open like flowers turning toward the sun. With each verse, she remembered a little more of her own innate wholeness, her own essential okayness, her own belonging in the great symphony of existence. When the song finally faded into the gentle sound of water flowing over stones, Amara found herself floating effortlessly on her back in the sacred pool, cradled by water that felt more supportive than any bed she had ever known. The ceiling of the grotto above her seemed to have opened to reveal the night sky, and she could see stars reflected in the water around her, making it seem as if she were floating in space itself, held by the loving arms of the universe. "Now you begin to remember," Isis said softly, her own form seeming to merge with the water and the starlight and the very essence of peace itself. "Now, you begin to understand that rest is not something you have to earn, but something you have to allow. The waters of healing are always flowing. The arms of love are always open. The sanctuary of peace is always available. You have only to stop struggling long enough to notice, only to surrender long enough to be held. As Amara floated in the luminous water, she felt a profound shift occurring in the very core of her being. The hard shell of protection she had carried for so long was completely dissolved now, replaced by a soft, permeable boundary that allowed love to flow in and out with complete ease. The desperate need to control and manage and fix everything around her had been replaced by a deep trust in the natural flow of life, in the healing power of love, in the wisdom of surrender. The waters will remain with you always, Isis whispered, her voice now seeming to come from every drop of water in the pool, from every star reflected on its surface, from every cell in Amara's body that had been touched by the sacred flow. Even when you return to the world of daily activities, these waters of healing will continue to flow through your being. Anytime you feel the old tensions returning, anytime you forget your worthiness of rest and peace, simply remember this moment, remember these waters, and they will rise within you once again. As the second chapter of her journey drew to a close, Amara felt herself being gently lifted from the pool by currents of warm, supportive water. She found herself standing once again beside Nebet and Ra. But she was transformed, her body relaxed and graceful, her face radiant with the soft glow of one who has been truly held and healed, her eyes bright with the peace that comes from remembering one's essential nature. The water that had filled the grotto began to recede, but instead of disappearing completely, it settled into gentle streams that flowed through channels carved in the floor, creating a network of flowing peace that connected every part of the sacred space. The sound of moving water would accompany them throughout the rest of their journey, a constant reminder of the healing that was always available, the support that was always present, the love that was always flowing. "How do you feel, dear one?" Nebet asked gently, her eyes twinkling with the joy of a grandmother watching a beloved child discover a precious gift. Amara paused to check in with her body, her heart, her spirit. What she found was a sense of spaciousness she had never experienced before, as if all the cramped, tight places within her had been gently opened and filled with something infinitely precious. She felt clean in a way that went far beyond physical cleanliness, renewed in a way that touched the very foundations of her being. "I feel held," she said finally, her voice soft with wonder. "I feel like I'm floating even though I'm standing on solid ground. I feel like I've remembered something I've always known but had forgotten. I feel," she paused, searching for the right words. I feel worthy, not because of anything I've done, but just because I am. Ra nodded with deep satisfaction, his form now shifting toward the deeper colors of night. Deep purples and indigo blues shot through with silver, like the sky just before dawn. "This is the gift of Isis," he said. "The remembering of inherent worth, the recognition of unconditional belonging, the healing that comes when we allow ourselves to be loved without condition." As they began to walk toward the next part of their journey, following the gentle streams of sacred water through corridors that seemed to pulse with life and healing, Amara felt a profound gratitude settling into her heart, not the desperate gratitude of someone who has been rescued from disaster, but the quiet, deep gratitude of someone who has been reminded of a truth they had temporarily forgotten. The temple around them seemed to respond to this gratitude, the walls glowing more brightly, the water flowing more musically, the very air seeming to shimmer with contentment. They were walking through a space that was alive with love, alive with the possibility of healing, alive with the promise that no soul need ever be alone or unworthy or beyond the reach of divine compassion. Behind them, the grotto of Isis continued to glow with gentle light. The sacred pool reflecting stars that seemed to shine both from above and from within the water itself. The presence of the Great Mother lingered in the space like a blessing, like a promise, like a lullaby that would continue playing in the depths of Amara's heart, long after the music had faded from her ears. And as they walked deeper into the temple complex, following the flowing water toward whatever mysteries awaited them next, Amara carried with her the feeling of being completely clean, completely worthy, completely held by love that asked for nothing in return except the willingness to receive it. She had learned the second great secret of divine rest. That true peace comes not from the absence of feeling, but from feeling completely safe to feel everything, completely supported in experiencing the full spectrum of human emotion within the context of infinite love. The chapter ended as it had begun, with the sound of water, not the desperate rushing of a soul seeking peace, but the gentle, confident flow of healing that knows its destination. Healing that moves with the unhurried patience of eternity itself. Healing that transforms everything it touches into something beautiful, something peaceful, something worthy of the deepest rest. Chapter 3: The Journey Through Darkness. As the gentle streams of Isis's healing waters continued to flow around their feet, Amara noticed that the quality of light in the temple was beginning to change once again. The warm, golden radiance that had filled their path was gradually deepening, taking on richer, more mysterious hues, deep blues and purples, soft grays touched with silver, the colors of twilight deepening into true night. "Do not fear the changing light," Nebet said gently, noticing how Amara's steps had slowed as the familiar brightness began to fade. "What approaches is not darkness as your world understands it, harsh and empty and cold. What approaches is the sacred darkness, the fertile darkness, the darkness that is full of rest and dreams, and the slow, patient work of transformation that can only happen in the deep places, away from the bright urgency of day." As they continued walking through the flowing corridors, Amara began to understand what Nebet meant. This was not the absence of light, but a different kind of light, softer, more intimate, more nurturing. It was the light of deep caves where crystals grow in silence for thousands of years, the light of the ocean depths where mysterious and beautiful creatures drift in eternal peace, the light of the womb where new life takes shape in perfect safety and darkness. The walls around them had transformed yet again, now appearing to be carved from some kind of dark, lustrous stone that seemed to absorb light and then release it slowly, creating a gentle, pearl-like glow that made everything appear soft and dreamlike. The hieroglyphs on the walls now told different stories, tales of the sun's nightly journey through the underworld, of gods and goddesses who ruled the realm of dreams, of the sacred transformation that occurs when consciousness releases its hold on waking awareness and allows itself to drift into deeper currents. "We approach the realm of Osiris," Ra explained, his own radiance now so soft and gentle that he seemed to be made of starlight and shadow. "Here, you will learn the third secret of divine rest, that sometimes we must be willing to let parts of ourselves die in order to be reborn into deeper peace. But do not let the word death frighten you. In the sacred mysteries, death is not an ending, but a transformation, not a loss, but a letting go that makes space for something more beautiful to emerge." As he spoke, they began to descend a series of steps carved into the living rock, each step taking them deeper into the heart of the temple, deeper into the sacred darkness that pulsed with its own kind of life. The sound of flowing water continued to accompany them, but now it had taken on a deeper tone, like the sound of an underground river moving through vast caverns, carrying with it the accumulated wisdom of ages. The air grew cooler as they descended, but it was a pleasant coolness, like stepping into the shade of a great tree on a hot day, or entering a cave during the heat of summer. With each breath, Amara felt her body releasing another layer of the day's accumulated tension, another layer of the sharp-edged alertness that kept true rest at bay. At the bottom of the stairs, they found themselves in a vast underground chamber that took Amara's breath away. The ceiling disappeared into darkness high above them, but the walls curved away on all sides, creating a space that felt both intimate and infinite. The floor was covered in the finest sand she had ever seen, not the coarse sand of beaches, but sand so fine it felt like silk beneath her feet. Sand that seemed to glow with its own inner light. In the center of the chamber lay a figure that could only be Osiris himself, resting on a bed made from what appeared to be crystallized moonlight. But this was not the frightening image of death that her modern world had taught her to fear. This was Osiris as the Lord of peaceful rest, the guardian of the deep sleep that restores and renews, the God who had learned the secret of letting go so completely that he became the master of all transformation. His skin had the deep, rich color of fertile earth, and it seemed to pulse gently with the slow rhythm of a heart completely at rest. His hair was the color of midnight, flowing around his head like dark water, and his eyes, when they opened to look at her, held depths of peace that seemed to go down forever, like looking into a well that connects to the very center of the earth. "Welcome, daughter of seekers," Osiris said, his voice carrying the deep resonance of stone settling into its final, perfect place. "You have learned to receive the light that heals, and you have allowed the waters of compassion to wash away the burdens that were never yours to carry. Now you must learn the most difficult lesson of all: how to let go of the parts of yourself that you think you cannot live without, the parts that seem essential but are actually keeping you from the deepest rest." As he spoke, Amara became aware that the chamber was not empty. All around the edges of the vast space, she could see other figures lying in peaceful repose, not sleeping exactly, but resting in a state that seemed deeper than sleep, more complete than unconsciousness. They were souls who had learned to surrender so completely that they had discovered the peace that lies beyond all doing, beyond all striving, beyond all need to be anything other than exactly what they were in this moment. "I don't understand," Amara said softly, her voice echoing gently in the vast space. "What parts of myself do I need to let go of? I feel like I've already released so much." Osiris smiled, and his smile was like the first breath of spring after a long winter full of promise, full of the gentle power that lies within all true transformation. "Come closer, dear one, and lie down beside me. The understanding you seek cannot be grasped with the mind alone. It must be received by the body, absorbed by the heart, allowed to seep into the bones like warmth from a fire on a cold night." Without hesitation, Amara moved toward the bed of crystallized moonlight. As she approached, she could see that it was not really a bed at all, but some kind of naturally formed crystal formation that had been worn smooth by thousands of years of water flowing over it. The surface felt perfectly warm beneath her body as she lay down, and the crystal seemed to conform to her shape, supporting her in exactly the way her body needed to be supported. "Close your eyes," Osiris instructed, his voice now taking on the hypnotic quality of wind moving through deep caves. "And feel into the places where you are still holding on. Feel into the parts of your identity that you clutch like talismans against the fear of disappearing. Feel into the roles you play, the masks you wear, the stories you tell yourself about who you must be in order to be worthy of love." As Amara followed his guidance, she began to notice tensions in her body that she hadn't been aware of before. Subtle holdings, places where she was unconsciously bracing against some imagined threat. There was a tightness in her jaw that spoke of all the words she had held back over the years, all the times she had smiled when she wanted to speak truth. There was a knot between her shoulder blades that held all the times she had made herself small to avoid conflict, all the times she had diminished her own light to make others comfortable. "I feel it," she whispered, amazed at how much she was still carrying despite all the healing she had already received. "I feel how I'm still holding on to being the good one, the helpful one, the one who never causes problems. I feel how I'm afraid that if I let go of these roles, no one will love me anymore." "Yes," Osiris said gently, and now she could feel his presence surrounding her like the most comforting darkness, like being held in the loving arms of the earth itself. "And what would happen if you let these roles die? What would happen if you allowed yourself to discover who you are beneath all the doing and the being good and the helping and the fixing?" The question hung in the air like incense, filling the chamber with the sweet, mysterious fragrance of deep transformation. Amara felt herself sinking deeper into the crystal bed, felt her body becoming heavier and more relaxed as she contemplated what Osiris was asking. "I'm afraid I would disappear," she admitted finally. "I'm afraid that if I'm not useful, if I'm not needed, if I'm not solving someone's problems or making someone's life easier, then there would be nothing left of me. I'm afraid I would just dissolve into nothing." "And what if you did?" Osiris asked, his voice now so soft it seemed to come from inside her own heart. "What if you allowed yourself to dissolve completely? What if you discovered that the nothing you fear is actually the everything you've been seeking?" As he spoke, Amara felt something beginning to shift in the deepest parts of her being. The tight grip she had been maintaining on her sense of self began to loosen, not all at once, but gradually, like fingers slowly unclenching after holding something too tightly for too long. "Let yourself die to the old story," Osiris whispered. And now, his words seemed to be coming from the very stones beneath her, from the air around her, from the gentle pulsing of her own heart. "Let yourself die to the idea that you are only worthy when you are useful. Let yourself die to the belief that love must be earned. Let yourself die to the fear that you are not enough exactly as you are, right now, in this moment, without doing anything or being anything other than the consciousness that is aware of these very words. As Amara allowed herself to follow his guidance, something extraordinary began to happen. Instead of the terrifying dissolution she had expected, she began to experience a profound expansion. As the tight boundaries of her familiar identity began to soften and release, she found herself becoming larger, not smaller, more herself, not less. It was as if she had been living in a small, cramped room and suddenly discovered that the walls were not real, that she had always been living in a vast, beautiful mansion, but had somehow convinced herself that she could only inhabit one tiny corner of it. As the walls of limitation dissolved, she found herself expanding into spaces of peace and freedom and pure being that she had never imagined possible. "This is the great secret," Osiris said, his voice now seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "That what we think we are is only the smallest fraction of what we actually are. The roles you play, the stories you tell about yourself, the identities you cling to, these are like clothes you wear, but they are not who you are. Who you are is the vast, eternal consciousness that is aware of all these temporary forms, the awareness that remains constant while everything else changes." As this understanding settled into Amara's being, she felt a profound sense of relief washing through her entire system. All the pressure she had been putting on herself to be perfect, to be helpful, to be worthy, simply evaporated like morning mist touched by sunlight. She realized that she had been trying to earn something that had always been freely given, trying to become something she had always already been. The chamber around them seemed to respond to this recognition, filling with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. The other figures lying in peaceful repose throughout the space began to glow with the same gentle radiance, and Amara realized that they were not separate beings, but aspects of her own consciousness, parts of herself that had learned to rest in the truth of their eternal nature. "Now you begin to taste the deepest rest," Osiris said, his form beginning to merge with the light and shadow around them, becoming less of a separate being and more of a presence, a quality of peace that permeated everything, the rest that comes not from the temporary cessation of activity, but from the recognition of what you have always been beneath all activity. The rest that comes from knowing yourself as the unchanging awareness in which all experience arises and passes away. As Amara rested in this profound understanding, she felt her breathing naturally slowing to match some deeper rhythm, some cosmic heartbeat that pulsed through the very fabric of existence. Her body felt incredibly heavy and incredibly light at the same time, as if she were simultaneously sinking into the deepest, most supportive embrace and floating in the vastest, most open space. The crystal bed beneath her seemed to dissolve, and she found herself resting not on any physical surface, but on the very foundation of being itself, supported by the same force that holds the stars in their courses, that keeps the planets spinning in their orbits, that maintains the perfect balance of all existence without effort or strain. "Rest now," Osiris whispered, his voice becoming one with the sound of her own heartbeat, the sound of her own breath, the sound of life itself moving through her with perfect grace and ease. "Rest in the knowledge of what you are. Rest in the peace that surpasses all understanding. Rest in the love that you are, that you have always been, that you will always be, regardless of what forms you take or what roles you play in the endless dance of existence." As the third chapter of her journey drew to a close, Amara found herself in a state of rest so profound that it seemed to encompass not just her body and mind, but her very soul. She had died to the old story of herself as a separate, struggling individual, and been reborn into the recognition of herself as an eternal, indivisible part of the cosmic whole. The chamber of Osiris continued to pulse with gentle light, holding space for this profound transformation with the patient love of a mother watching over a sleeping child. The sound of flowing water continued to weave through the space, but now it seemed to be flowing not just around them, but through them, carrying away the last vestiges of the old limitations and filling every cell of their being with the liquid peace of pure awareness. Around them, the temple itself seemed to breathe with contentment, as if it too were resting in the satisfaction of having guided another soul home to itself. The walls glowed with soft phosphorescence, like the gentle light that lives in deep caves, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with the presence of countless beings who had walked this path before, who had learned these same secrets, who had discovered the same infinite peace that was now filling Amara's entire existence. "How do you feel now?" Nebet asked softly, her voice coming from what seemed like a great distance, though she was sitting right beside the crystal bed. Amara took a long moment to check in with herself, amazed at what she found. Where there had once been the tight, anxious knot of a personality constantly working to maintain itself, there was now a vast, open space filled with the most profound peace she had ever experienced. Where there had once been the constant chatter of a mind trying to figure everything out, there was now a deep, comfortable silence that felt more intelligent and more alive than any thought she had ever had. "I feel," she began, then paused, realizing that the very concept of I had undergone a complete transformation. "I feel like I've come home to myself for the first time in my life. I feel like I've been carrying around a picture of who I thought I was. And now I've discovered that the real me is the one who was looking at the picture all along." Ra nodded with deep satisfaction, his own form now so subtle that he seemed to be made more of presence than of any physical substance. "This is the gift of Osiris," he said. "The discovery that death is not the enemy of life, but its deepest friend. That letting go is not a loss, but a liberation. That the dissolution of the false self is the birth of the true self." As they prepared to continue their journey, following paths that now seemed to be made of light itself, Amara carried with her a sense of profound freedom that she had never imagined possible. She had learned the third great secret of divine rest. That true peace comes not from adding something to ourselves, but from subtracting everything that we are not, from dying to the illusion of separation and awakening to the reality of our eternal, unshakable unity with all existence. The chamber of Osiris gradually faded behind them as they walked toward whatever mysteries awaited them next. But the peace of that profound letting go remained as a permanent part of Amara's being. She had touched the place where all seeking ends, where all questions dissolve into the vast silence of knowing, where all restlessness finally comes to rest in the recognition of what has always been present, always been whole, always been at peace. Chapter 4: The Wisdom of Thoth. As they walked away from the chamber of Osiris, following paths that seemed to be woven from starlight and moonbeams, Amara noticed that the quality of the temple around them was changing once again. The intimate, womb-like darkness of the underworld was gradually giving way to something else, a vast, luminous space that seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions, filled with a light that was neither day nor night, but something entirely beyond such earthly distinctions. "We enter now the Hall of Wisdom," Nebet explained, her voice carrying a note of reverence that spoke of approaching something truly sacred. "Here dwells Thoth, the keeper of all knowledge, the scribe of the gods, the one who records the movements of the stars and the secrets of the human heart with equal precision. He will teach you the fourth gift of divine rest, the peace that comes from understanding, the rest that flows from seeing the beautiful pattern that underlies all apparent chaos." As they walked deeper into this luminous space, Amara began to see that the very air around them was filled with symbols, hieroglyphs that floated like golden butterflies, mathematical equations that spiraled through the atmosphere like gentle tornadoes, star maps that painted themselves across the vast ceiling in patterns of liquid light. This was not the overwhelming bombardment of information that characterized her modern world, but something far more beautiful and far more peaceful: knowledge as art, wisdom as music, understanding as a form of prayer. The floor beneath their feet was made of what appeared to be crystallized music, She could see the frozen notes embedded in the transparent surface. And with each step, she could hear the faintest echo of cosmic harmonies, melodies that spoke of the fundamental rhythms that govern everything from the beating of hearts to the spinning of galaxies. Do not try to understand everything you see, Ra advised gently, noticing how Amara's mind was attempting to grasp and categorize the wonders flowing around them. Thoth's wisdom is not the wisdom of accumulation, but the wisdom of recognition. You do not need to learn anything new. You need only to remember what your soul has always known, to recognize the patterns of truth that are already written in your very DNA. As they continued walking through this realm of floating knowledge, Amara began to understand what Ra meant. Rather than feeling overwhelmed by the vast amount of information surrounding them, she found herself becoming more and more peaceful. Each symbol that drifted past her seemed to touch something deep within her consciousness, awakening memories of cosmic truths she had somehow always known, but had forgotten in the busyness of daily life. They were approaching a structure that seemed to be built entirely from crystallized thought, its walls transparent, but somehow substantial, its towers reaching up into the luminous sky like frozen lightning, its foundations extending down into depths that seemed to connect to the very core of existence. This was the library of all things, where every thought that had ever been thought was preserved, where every question that had ever been asked continued to search for its answer, where every mystery waited patiently for the consciousness capable of receiving its revelation. At the entrance to this impossible building stood Thoth himself, and Amara caught her breath at the sight of him. He appeared as a tall, graceful figure with the head of an ibis, that elegant bird associated with wisdom and precision, but his form seemed to shift constantly between human and avian, between solid and translucent, between individual being and universal principle. His eyes held the depth of eternity and the precision of mathematics. And when he looked at Amara, she felt as if he could see not just who she was, but who she had been through countless lifetimes, and who she was destined to become. "Welcome, seeker of rest," Thoth said, his voice carrying the resonance of cosmic law, the harmony of spheres, the music of truth itself. "You have learned to receive light, to allow healing, and to release the false. Now you must learn the most subtle art of all, how to rest in the vast intelligence that flows through all existence, how to find peace not in ignorance, but in the deepest knowing." As he spoke, he gestured toward the entrance of the library, and Amara could see that the doorway was not a physical opening, but some kind of portal made of pure understanding. To pass through it, she would need to release her attachment to small knowing and open herself to the vast intelligence that pervaded everything. "I'm afraid," she admitted softly. I'm afraid that if I let myself know too much, if I see too clearly, I won't be able to find peace anymore. Isn't ignorance supposed to be bliss? Thoth's laugh was like the sound of wind chimes made from crystallized starlight, gentle and musical and infinitely kind. That is the great misunderstanding of your time, he said. True knowledge does not disturb peace, it creates peace. It is only partial knowledge, fragmented understanding, that creates suffering. When you see the whole pattern, when you understand how everything fits together in perfect harmony, then you discover the peace that surpasses all understanding. He extended his hand, and as Amara took it, she felt a current of pure intelligence flowing through her entire being. It was not the restless, grasping intelligence of the analytical mind, but something far more profound, the deep intelligence of the heart, the cosmic intelligence that knows without needing to think, that understands without needing to analyze. Together, they stepped through the portal of understanding, and immediately Amara found herself in a space that defied all description. It was vast as the universe and intimate as her own heart, filled with countless books that seemed to be writing themselves, scrolls that unrolled to reveal diagrams of reality's deepest structures, tablets that glowed with equations describing the mathematics of love. Sit, Thoth invited, gesturing toward a chair that appeared to be carved from a single, enormous crystal. And let me show you the pattern that connects all things, the beautiful design that makes all of existence one vast, cosmic meditation. As Amara settled into the crystal chair, she felt her consciousness expanding to accommodate a larger view of reality than she had ever imagined possible. The chair itself seemed to be some kind of device for enhancing perception, allowing her to see not just with her physical eyes, but with the eyes of the soul, the eyes of cosmic consciousness itself. Look, Thoth said, and suddenly the space around them filled with a three-dimensional mandala of impossible beauty and complexity. It showed the movements of planets and stars, the flow of energy through the human body, the cycles of birth and death and rebirth, the patterns of thought and emotion, the dance of consciousness and matter, all revealed as aspects of one vast, unified whole. This is the secret that brings ultimate peace, Thoth explained, his voice weaving through the cosmic display like a thread of golden light. That there are no accidents, no mistakes, no meaningless suffering. Everything, every joy and every sorrow, every birth and every death, every moment of confusion and every flash of insight is part of one beautiful, perfect pattern, one cosmic song being sung by the intelligence that you are. As Amara gazed at the mandala, she began to see her own life reflected in its patterns. Every struggle she had endured, every joy she had experienced, every moment of doubt, and every instant of clarity. All of it was revealed as necessary notes in a symphony of such beauty that she felt tears streaming down her face. "But why?" she whispered. "Why does it have to include so much pain? Why can't the pattern be made of only beauty and peace?" Thoth's expression grew infinitely tender, and he reached out to gently catch one of her tears on his finger. As he did, the tear transformed into a tiny crystal of pure light, which he placed at the center of the great mandala. Immediately, the entire pattern shifted and rearranged itself around this single point of crystallized sorrow, becoming even more beautiful, even more complete. "Because," he said softly, "pain is not the opposite of beauty. It is beauty seen through the lens of partial understanding. When you see the whole pattern, you understand that what you call suffering is actually love in its most powerful form. Consciousness awakening to itself through the experience of seeming separation. Every tear, every struggle, every moment of darkness is the universe learning to love itself more completely." As this understanding settled into Amara's consciousness, she felt a profound shift occurring in her relationship to her own life story. All the experiences she had judged as mistakes or failures or unfortunate circumstances suddenly revealed themselves as perfect elements in a pattern of such profound beauty and purpose that she could hardly breathe for the wonder of it. This is why the sages can rest so completely. Thoth continued, his words now seeming to come from the very fabric of the mandala itself, not because they have escaped from life, but because they have seen through life to the perfect intelligence that orchestrates every moment, every breath, every heartbeat according to a plan so beautiful and so wise that surrender becomes not just possible, but inevitable. As Amara rested in this cosmic view, she felt her mind naturally slowing down, becoming less active, less eager to analyze and categorize and control. When you could see the perfect intelligence that was already orchestrating everything, there was nothing left to figure out, nothing left to fix, nothing left to do, but rest in the vast, benevolent awareness that was taking care of everything with more precision and more love than her individual mind could ever muster. "Now you understand the deepest teaching of rest," Thoth said, his form beginning to merge with the flowing patterns of the mandala around them. "That peace comes not from getting life to conform to your small plans, but from aligning yourself with the vast intelligence that is already moving everything toward its perfect fulfillment. When you rest in this understanding, you can be completely peaceful even in the midst of change, completely trusting even when you don't understand, completely at ease even when everything around you seems chaotic." The crystal chair beneath her seemed to dissolve, and Amara found herself floating in the midst of the cosmic mandala. surrounded by the flowing patterns of universal intelligence. She could feel this vast consciousness moving through her own body, orchestrating her heartbeat, coordinating her breathing, maintaining the delicate balance of her cells and tissues, and organs with more skill and precision than any technology her world had ever created. Feel how you are already being lived by this intelligence, Thoth whispered, his voice now coming from every point in the mandala simultaneously. Feel how your thoughts arise from this vast mind, how your emotions flow according to this cosmic weather, how your very existence is held and maintained by forces of such love and such wisdom that your only appropriate response is wonder. As Amara allowed herself to feel into this truth, she experienced a quality of rest that was completely different from anything she had known before. This was not the rest of unconsciousness or the rest of withdrawal from life, but the rest of complete participation in life from a place of profound trust and understanding. She was resting in the very intelligence that was creating the universe moment by moment. And from this place, there was nothing to worry about, nothing to control, nothing to figure out. This is the peace of the cosmos, Thoth said, his words creating new patterns of light throughout the mandala. The peace that exists at the very heart of creation, the stillness around which all movement happens, the silence from which all sound emerges. When you rest in this peace, you are resting in your own deepest nature, in the consciousness that you share with every star and every grain of sand, with every god and every mortal, with every breath of wind and every drop of water. As this chapter of her journey drew to a close, Amara found herself in a state of rest that was also a state of perfect alertness, a peace that was also a state of complete aliveness. She had learned the fourth secret of divine rest. That ultimate peace comes not from understanding nothing, but from understanding everything, from seeing the perfect pattern that underlies all apparent chaos, and learning to trust the vast intelligence that is already taking care of everything with infinite love and infinite skill. The library of all things continued to pulse with gentle illumination around them, its walls transparent to the cosmic patterns that flowed through all existence, the symbols and equations and star maps that filled the air moved with the stately rhythm of a universe at peace with itself. And Amara realized that she was now part of this cosmic dance, her own consciousness woven seamlessly into the vast tapestry of universal awareness. "How do you feel now?" Nebet asked, her voice coming from somewhere in the flowing light that surrounded them. Amara paused to check in with herself, amazed at the quality of awareness she now possessed. Her mind felt vast and spacious, no longer cramped by the need to understand everything, but expanded by the recognition that she was already being understood by something infinitely greater than her individual consciousness. Her heart felt connected to every other heart in existence, beating in rhythm with the cosmic pulse that sustained all life. "I feel like I'm resting in the mind of God," she said softly, her words creating their own pattern of light in the mandala around them. "I feel like I've stopped trying to figure everything out, because I can feel that everything is already figured out by an intelligence so vast and so loving that I can just relax into it completely." Ra nodded with deep satisfaction, his own form now barely distinguishable from the flowing patterns of cosmic light. "This is the gift of Thoth," he said, "the peace that comes from recognizing your place in the vast web of intelligence that connects all things, the rest that flows from knowing that you are held and guided by wisdom beyond your wildest imagination." As they prepared to continue their journey, following currents of living light toward whatever mysteries awaited them next, Amara carried with her a profound sense of cosmic belonging that she had never experienced before. She had learned that true wisdom was not something she had to accumulate, but something she could simply remember. Not something she had to achieve, but something she could allow herself to recognize as the very foundation of her being. The library of all things gradually faded around them as they moved toward the next phase of their journey. But the cosmic understanding remained as a permanent expansion of Amara's consciousness. She had touched the place where all questions dissolve into the vast silence of knowing, where all seeking comes to rest in the recognition of what has always been present, always been perfect, always been orchestrating everything according to a plan more beautiful than any individual mind could ever conceive. Chapter 5: The Heart of Mad. As they flowed away from Thoth's luminous library, carried by currents of living wisdom that seemed to know their destination better than any conscious navigation could provide, Amara became aware of a new quality entering the space around them. It was something that felt deeply familiar, yet entirely fresh, like coming home to a place she had never been before yet had somehow always known. The cosmic patterns that had filled the air around Thoth's realm were gradually settling into something more stable, more centered, more peacefully grounded. The symbols and equations that had danced through the atmosphere like beautiful butterflies were now arranging themselves into perfect geometric forms, mandalas of exquisite symmetry, spirals that seemed to contain the secrets of growth and harmony, sacred shapes that spoke of the underlying order that maintains balance throughout the universe. "We approach the sanctuary of Mad," Nebet announced, her voice carrying a note of profound reverence. "Here dwells the goddess of truth, justice, and cosmic order. but not the harsh justice of punishment and judgment that your world often imagines. Maat's justice is the gentle, inevitable justice of natural law, the harmonious balance that maintains itself not through force, but through the inherent wisdom of existence itself. As they continued flowing forward, the very air around them began to feel different, lighter, cleaner, somehow more transparent. It was as if they were entering a space where pretense was impossible, where everything naturally revealed its true nature, simply because deception required more energy than honesty. Amara felt a subtle but profound relaxation occurring in parts of herself she hadn't even realized were tense, places where she had been unconsciously performing, unconsciously trying to be someone other than who she really was. The path they followed led them to a vast circular platform that seemed to be suspended in space itself, held aloft by pillars of crystallized harmony that rose from depths too profound to see and reached toward heights that disappeared into infinite light. The platform was made of some kind of stone that seemed to embody perfect balance, not too rough and not too smooth, not too light and not too dark, but exactly the right texture and color to feel completely natural and completely at peace. At the center of this platform stood Maat herself, and Amara's first sight of the goddess took her breath away. Maat appeared as a woman of indescribable beauty, but it was not the kind of beauty that created desire or longing. Instead, it was the beauty of perfect proportion, perfect balance, perfect truth, expressing itself in physical form. Her skin had the warm glow of golden sunlight on honey. Her hair flowed like liquid starlight, and her eyes held depths of compassion that were matched only by their absolute clarity and honesty. She wore robes that seemed to be woven from the very fabric of justice itself, sometimes appearing as pure white light, sometimes as the deep blue of twilight sky, sometimes as the soft green of new growth, always shifting to reflect exactly what was needed for perfect balance in each moment. Around her head was a crown made from a single ostrich feather, the symbol of truth that was said to weigh souls in the afterlife. But this feather seemed to glow with its own inner light, pulsing gently with the rhythm of cosmic law. "Welcome, dear soul," Maat said, her voice carrying the authority of natural law and the gentleness of a mother's love, perfectly balanced. "You have learned to receive healing, to release illusion, and to recognize the wisdom that orchestrates all existence. Now you must learn the fifth secret of divine rest: how to align yourself so completely with truth that effort becomes unnecessary, how to live in such harmony with cosmic law that you are carried by the very forces that maintain the universe itself." As she spoke, Matt extended her hands, and Amara could see that in her palms rested a set of golden scales, not the harsh scales of judgment and punishment, but something infinitely more subtle and more kind. These scales seemed to measure not guilt and innocence, but harmony and disharmony, balance and imbalance, truth and the subtle distortions that pull us away from our natural alignment with cosmic law. Come, Matt invited, and let us discover together what it means to live in perfect balance with the forces that sustain all existence. Let us explore what happens when we align ourselves so completely with truth that we no longer need to work against the current of life, but can rest in the flow of natural harmony that carries all things toward their perfect fulfillment. Amara approached the goddess with a sense of both anticipation and trepidation. She had grown comfortable with the idea of receiving healing and releasing illusion, but the concept of alignment with cosmic law felt more challenging, more demanding of a kind of precision she wasn't sure she possessed. As if sensing her concern, Matt smiled with infinite tenderness. Do not worry, beloved one. I do not ask you to become perfect according to some external standard. I ask only that you become perfectly yourself, that you align with the truth of your own nature so completely that you no longer waste energy trying to be someone you are not. Matt gestured toward the golden scales in her hands, and as Amara watched, they began to grow larger, becoming not an instrument of measurement, but a kind of sacred space, a platform where truth could be experienced rather than merely understood intellectually. Step onto the scales, Matt invited, and feel what it means to rest in perfect balance, not the precarious balance of opposing forces held in tension, but the effortless balance of a system that has found its natural center, its point of perfect harmony with the laws that govern all existence. Without hesitation, Amara stepped onto the left side of the great scales, and immediately she felt a profound sense of coming home to herself. The platform beneath her feet seemed to adjust automatically to support her in exactly the way she needed to be supported. And she realized that the scales were not measuring her worth, but simply providing a space where she could experience what it felt like to be in perfect alignment with her own deepest truth. Now, Matt said, her voice taking on the quality of a gentle breeze that somehow carried the wisdom of millennia. Feel into the places where you are out of alignment with your own truth. Feel into the ways you have been living that require effort because they go against the natural flow of your authentic being. As Amara stood on the sacred scales, she began to notice subtle sensations throughout her body, places where she felt slightly off balance, slightly out of harmony with herself. There was a tightness in her throat that spoke of all the times she had agreed when she wanted to say no, all the times she had smiled when she felt sad. There was a heaviness in her chest that came from carrying expectations that had never truly been her own. Dreams that belonged to other people's visions of who she should be. "I feel it," she whispered, amazed at how the scales seemed to amplify her awareness of these subtle misalignments. "I feel how much energy I've been spending trying to fit into shapes that aren't really me. I feel how exhausting it's been to swim against the current of my own nature." Matt nodded with deep understanding, and as she did, she stepped onto the right side of the scales. Immediately, the entire platform came into perfect balance. But it was not the static balance of two equal weights canceling each other out. Instead, it was a dynamic, living balance that seemed to pulse with the same rhythm as the stars in their courses, the same harmony that kept planets in their orbits without effort or strain. "This is what happens," Mad explained, her presence on the scales creating a field of such perfect harmony that Amara could feel every cell in her body beginning to relax into its natural state. When we align with truth rather than fighting against it, when we stop trying to be what we think we should be and simply allow ourselves to be what we naturally are, we discover that the universe itself supports us, carries us, makes our path effortless. As they stood together on the balanced scales, Amara felt something profound beginning to happen in her consciousness. All the strategies she had developed over the years for managing her life, all the careful calculations about how to be accepted and loved and successful, all the complex machinations of trying to control outcomes, all of this began to fall away like unnecessary clothing on a warm day. In place of all that effort and strain, she began to feel a quality of natural rightness, a sense of being exactly where she belonged, doing exactly what was hers to do, being exactly who she was meant to be. It was like the feeling of a river finding its natural course, of a bird riding on thermal currents instead of fighting against the wind, of a plant growing toward the light not because it has to, but because that is simply its nature. "Feel how much energy becomes available," Matt said softly, "when you stop swimming against the current of your own authentic nature. Feel how much peace opens up when you no longer need to defend a false version of yourself, because you are resting completely in the truth of who you really are." Amara could feel exactly what the goddess meant. Where there had been constant tension from trying to maintain personas that didn't quite fit, there was now a flowing ease. Where there had been the exhaustion of always being slightly on, always performing, there was now the deep rest that comes from having nothing to prove, nothing to hide, nothing to defend. "This is the justice of Mad," the goddess continued, her words creating ripples of harmony that spread out from the scales to encompass the entire platform. not the justice of punishment for wrongdoing, but the natural justice that occurs when all things find their proper place in the cosmic order. When you align with your true nature, you automatically contribute to the balance and harmony of the whole. As Maat spoke, the space around them began to fill with other figures, not visible in the ordinary sense, but present as qualities of consciousness, as aspects of the divine feminine that had learned to live in perfect harmony with cosmic law. Amara could feel their presence like a supportive chorus, like a community of souls who had all discovered the same secret of effortless alignment with truth. These are the Sisters of Balance, Matt explained, noticing Amara's awareness of the other presences, souls who have learned to rest so completely in their authentic nature that they have become pillars of harmony in the cosmic structure. Each one discovered, as you are discovering now, that when we stop fighting our true nature and start flowing with it, we become part of the force that maintains balance throughout all existence. The scales beneath them began to glow with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the perfect balance they had achieved. This light flowed through both of their bodies, harmonizing every cell, every organ, every system with the frequency of cosmic order. Amara felt her heartbeat synchronizing not just with Maat's heartbeat, but with the heartbeat of the universe itself, that great pulse that maintains the rhythm of all life, all growth, all evolution. Close your eyes, Maat instructed gently, and feel yourself becoming a living expression of divine law. Feel yourself becoming so aligned with truth that your very existence becomes a force for harmony and balance wherever you go. As Amara followed this guidance, she experienced something that was beyond all her previous understanding of what it meant to be peaceful. This was not just the absence of conflict, but the presence of such perfect alignment that conflict became impossible. She felt herself becoming like a tuning fork that had found its perfect frequency, vibrating in such harmony with the fundamental tone of existence that everything around her began to resonate with the same peaceful vibration. "This is the deepest rest of all," Maat whispered, her voice now seeming to come from the very center of the golden light that surrounded them. The rest that comes not from stopping, but from flowing so perfectly with natural law that effort becomes unnecessary. The rest that comes from being so aligned with truth that you become a channel for the very forces that maintain peace and harmony throughout the cosmos. As this understanding settled into the depths of Amara's being, she felt a profound transformation occurring in her relationship to life itself. All the struggle and strain that had characterized her existence for so long simply evaporated, replaced by a quality of natural rightness that felt like coming home after a long journey through foreign lands. She realized that she had been trying to live someone else's life, following someone else's path, pursuing someone else's dreams, and that this misalignment had been the source of all her restlessness, all her inability to find true peace. Now, standing in perfect balance on Maat's sacred scales, she felt herself settling into her own authentic path with the same naturalness that water finds its way to the sea. The feather of truth, Maat said, reaching up to touch the glowing ostrich feather in her crown, weighs nothing because truth requires no effort to maintain. Lies are heavy because they require constant energy to sustain. Pretense is exhausting because it fights against the natural flow of what is. But truth is light as a feather because it is supported by the very structure of reality itself. As she spoke, Maat removed the feather from her crown and placed it gently in Amara's hands. The moment it touched her palms, Amara felt a profound lightness spreading through her entire being. Every burden she had been carrying that was not truly hers began to dissolve. Every role she had been playing that was not authentic to her nature simply fell away. Every expectation she had been trying to meet that was not aligned with her true purpose released its hold on her consciousness. "This feather is yours now," Maat said with infinite tenderness. It is the gift of perfect alignment, the reminder that when you live in complete truth, you are supported by forces greater than you can imagine. Whenever you feel yourself beginning to struggle against life, whenever you notice yourself trying to be someone you are not, simply remember this feather. Remember this moment. Remember what it feels like to rest in perfect balance with the cosmic order. As the 5th chapter of her journey drew to a close, Amara found herself in a state of rest that was also a state of perfect activity, not the frantic activity of effort and strain, but the natural activity of a system that has found its perfect rhythm, its optimal flow. She had learned the 5th secret of divine rest. That ultimate peace comes not from withdrawing from life, but from engaging with life so authentically that we become part of the natural harmony that sustains all existence. The sacred scales continued to glow beneath them, holding them in perfect balance as the golden light spread out to encompass the entire platform and beyond. The pillars of crystallized harmony that supported their circular sanctuary pulsed with gentle radiance. And through the transparent depths below, Amara could see that their balanced energy was contributing to the harmony of countless other realms, countless other beings who were also learning to align with their authentic nature. "How do you feel now?" Nebet asked, her voice carrying a note of wonder as she observed the transformation that had occurred. Amara took a moment to check in with herself, amazed at the quality of being she now experienced. Where there had once been constant tension from trying to be someone she was not, There was now a flowing ease that felt more natural than breathing. Where there had once been the exhaustion of always having to manage and control her image, there was now the deep rest that comes from having nothing to hide, nothing to defend, nothing to prove. I feel like I've stopped working against myself, she said softly, her words creating their own ripples of harmony in the golden light around them. I feel like I've been trying to make myself fit into a box that was never meant for me. And now, I've finally stepped out of the box and discovered how much space there really is. I feel natural. For the first time in my life, I feel completely natural. Ra nodded with deep satisfaction, his own presence now so harmonized with the cosmic order that he seemed to be made of pure alignment itself. This is the gift of Ma'at, he said, the discovery that when we align with truth, not the truth of dogma or ideology, but the truth of our own authentic nature, we discover that the universe itself becomes our ally, our support, our home. As they prepared to continue their journey, following currents of harmonized energy toward whatever revelations awaited them next, Amara carried with her the feather of truth and a profound sense of natural rightness that she knew would remain with her always. She had learned that true peace was not something she had to create or maintain through effort, but something she could simply allow by being completely, authentically herself. The sanctuary of Ma'at gradually faded around them as they moved toward the next phase of their journey. But the perfect balance remained as a permanent part of Amara's being. She had touched the place where all struggle ends, because all resistance to life has dissolved, where all questions about what to do are answered by the simple recognition of what feels most natural, most authentic, most aligned with the deepest truth of who she really was. The golden scales had shown her that she was not separate from the cosmic order, but an integral part of it, that her authentic self was not a small, isolated individual, but a unique and necessary expression of the same divine intelligence that maintained harmony throughout the universe. In this recognition, she had found a rest deeper than sleep, a peace more profound than any temporary cessation of activity, a home more real than any physical location she had ever known. Chapter 6: The Sacred Marriage. As they flowed away from Ma'at's sanctuary of perfect balance, carried by currents of harmonized truth that seemed to know their way through the cosmos like ancient rivers finding the sea, Amara became aware of a new quality entering the sacred space around them. It was something that felt both deeply intimate and vastly expansive, like discovering that the most personal aspects of her being were simultaneously the most universal. The geometric perfection of Ma'at's realm was gradually giving way to something more organic, more flowing, more alive with the pulse of creative energy. The sacred patterns that had surrounded them, the precise mandalas and crystalline forms of cosmic law, were softening into shapes that breathed and moved and danced with the kind of life that emerges when masculine and feminine principles find perfect union. We approach the chamber of sacred marriage, Nebet announced, her voice carrying overtones of such profound joy that the very air around them seemed to shimmer with celebration. Here you will witness and participate in the eternal dance of Isis and Osiris, the divine union that creates and sustains all existence. You will learn the sixth secret of divine rest, the peace that comes when all the seemingly opposite forces within you find their perfect harmony. As they continued moving through this increasingly alive landscape, Amara began to notice that everything around them was pulsing with a gentle rhythm that felt both familiar and mysteriously new. It was the rhythm of breathing, but also the rhythm of waves on the shore, the rhythm of seasons changing, the rhythm of hearts beating in perfect synchrony, the rhythm of the universe itself, expanding and contracting in the eternal dance of creation. The path beneath their feet had become something that felt more like flowing water than solid ground. Yet it supported them perfectly, carrying them forward with the effortless grace of a leaf floating downstream. The walls around them had transformed into veils of gossamer light that fluttered in a breeze that seemed to come from the breathing of existence itself. And through these translucent barriers, Amara could glimpse vast gardens where flowers bloomed in colors that had no names, where trees grew in spirals that reached toward infinite sky. Do not try to understand what you are about to witness with your mind alone, Ra advised gently, his own form now shimmering with the same alive quality that filled everything around them. The sacred marriage is not a concept to be grasped, but a reality to be experienced, not a truth to be learned, but a dance to be joined. Allow yourself to feel rather than think, to merge rather than observe, to become rather than remain separate. As they rounded a bend in their flowing path, they came upon a sight that took Amara's breath away completely. Before them stretched a vast circular chamber that seemed to be carved from the very heart of creation itself. The walls rose in graceful curves that suggested the inside of a flower, a seashell, a womb, all the sacred forms that speak of life creating more life, love generating more love, consciousness exploring its own infinite potential through the dance of unity and diversity. The floor of the chamber was covered in what appeared to be living water, not the static pools they had encountered before, but water that moved in slow, spiraling currents, creating patterns of such exquisite beauty that each swirl seemed to contain entire galaxies, entire lifetimes of love and longing and fulfillment. The water glowed with its own inner light, pulsing gently with the rhythm they had been following. And its surface reflected not just their physical forms, but something deeper, the very essence of their souls, the eternal aspects of their being that existed beyond all temporary forms. At the center of this magical space, on an island that seemed to be made from crystallized starlight and morning dew, lay Isis and Osiris in eternal embrace. But this was not the separate Isis who had healed Amara in the sacred waters, nor the solitary Osiris who had taught her the secrets of transformation in the darkness. This was Isis and Osiris as the unified field of consciousness from which all existence emerges, the divine lovers whose eternal union creates the very possibility of life, love, and awareness itself. Their forms seemed to flow into and through each other, sometimes appearing as two distinct beings locked in passionate embrace, sometimes merging so completely that they became a single figure containing both masculine and feminine principles in perfect balance. When they were two, the love that flowed between them was so palpable that it filled the entire chamber with waves of golden energy that made every cell in Amara's body sing with joy. When they were one, the peace that radiated from their unified form was so profound that it felt like coming home to the very source of existence itself. "Welcome, beloved daughter," they said in unison, their voices creating harmonies that seemed to resonate not just in the air, but in the very fabric of space and time. You have learned to receive love, to release limitation, to recognize wisdom, and to align with truth. Now you must learn the deepest secret of all, that the peace you seek is not found by transcending the dance of existence, but by joining it so completely that you become the dance itself. As they spoke, Amara felt something stirring within her own being, a recognition of forces within herself that she had always experienced as separate, sometimes even as conflicting. There was the part of her that wanted to give, and the part that needed to receive, the part that sought to transcend, and the part that wanted to embrace life fully, the part that yearned for union, and the part that treasured her individual uniqueness. "Come into the sacred waters," Isis Osiris invited, their unified voice now taking on the quality of wind moving through infinite space, of love calling to itself across all the apparent distances of creation. Come and feel what happens when all the seeming opposites within you recognize themselves as dance partners in the eternal choreography of consciousness, exploring its own nature. Without hesitation, Amara waded into the living water that surrounded the central island. The moment her feet touched its surface, she felt currents of energy beginning to move through her body, not the gentle healing she had experienced before, but something more dynamic, more alive, more celebratory. It was as if every cell in her being had suddenly remembered how to dance. The water carried her toward the island where the divine lovers waited. And as she drew closer, she began to feel the boundaries of her individual self becoming more fluid, more permeable. She was still completely herself, but herself expanded, herself in relationship with all existence, herself as a unique note in the cosmic symphony, rather than a separate melody trying to play alone. Lie down beside us, they invited, making space on their bed of crystallized starlight and morning dew. And feel the sacred marriage occurring within your own being, the eternal union of all apparent opposites that creates the peace beyond all understanding. As Amara settled onto the impossible softness of their shared resting place, she felt herself being drawn into the field of love that surrounded the divine couple. It was not romantic love, though it contained that. It was not parental love, though it embraced that too. It was the love that is the very substance of existence itself, the force that holds atoms together and keeps galaxies spinning, the intelligence that beats hearts and grows flowers and dreams dreams through every consciousness in the universe. Close your eyes, they whispered, their voices now seeming to come from inside her own heart. And feel the wedding that is always happening in the deepest chambers of your being. Feel how your individual soul is always in the process of marrying itself to the cosmic soul. How your personal awareness is always joining in sacred union with universal consciousness. As Amara followed their guidance, she began to experience something that was beyond all her previous understanding of what it meant to be at peace. She could feel different aspects of herself that had always seemed separate beginning to recognize each other, beginning to dance together, beginning to fall in love with each other in the most natural and joyful way possible. Her masculine energy, the part of her that loved to achieve and create and make things happen, began to court her feminine energy, the part that loved to receive and nurture and allow things to unfold. Instead of these two forces pulling her in different directions, they began to dance together in spirals of creative harmony that generated more energy than either could produce alone. Her spiritual aspirations, the part that yearned for transcendence and freedom from all limitation, began to embrace her human desires, the part that wanted to love and be loved, to taste and touch and experience all the beautiful messiness of embodied existence. Instead of these seeming opposites creating conflict, they merged into a unified longing for conscious participation in the fullness of life. Her need for solitude, the part that treasured quiet and introspection and deep connection with her inner world, began to dance with her desire for connection. The part that wanted to share and communicate and weave her life together with other lives. Instead of feeling torn between withdrawal and engagement, she felt these two impulses creating a rhythm like breathing, a natural flow between receiving and giving that felt like the most natural thing in the world. This is the sacred marriage, Osiris whispered, their words creating ripples of union throughout her entire being, not the joining of two separate beings, but the recognition that what appeared to be separate was always one consciousness playing at being many, always one love expressing itself through infinite forms, always one piece appearing as all the beautiful complexity of existence. As this understanding deepened, Amara felt herself melting into a state of rest that was also a state of the most alive celebration she had ever experienced. She was not becoming unconscious or withdrawn from life, but instead was joining the dance of life so completely that she became one with the dancing itself. The chamber around them seemed to respond to this inner marriage, filling with currents of golden energy that spiraled around them like visible music, like liquid joy, like the very essence of creation, celebrating its own infinite creativity. The living water that covered the floor began to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat, and she realized that her individual heart was now beating in perfect synchrony with the heart of the cosmos itself. Feel how the eternal lovers live within you, they continued, their forms now seeming to merge not just with each other, but with the golden energy that filled the space, with the spiraling water, with the very fabric of existence itself. Feel how every breath you take is the universe making love to itself, how every heartbeat is the cosmic dance of union and diversity playing itself out through your individual form. As Amara rested in this profound understanding, she became aware that they were not alone in the chamber. All around them, floating in the living water, dancing in the golden currents of energy, were countless other souls who had also discovered this secret of sacred marriage. Not souls who had found external partners necessarily, but souls who had found the eternal beloved within themselves, who had learned to be in love with existence itself. She could feel their joy adding to her joy, their peace contributing to her peace, their love amplifying the love that was flowing through her own being. This was not the merging that destroys individuality, but the kind of union that celebrates each unique expression while recognizing the one consciousness that dances through all forms. This is the deepest teaching of rest, Osiris said, their unified voice now seeming to be the voice of existence itself, speaking through the divine lovers. That peace is not found by escaping from the dance of life, but by joining it so completely that you discover yourself to be the very heart of the dancing. Rest is not the absence of movement, but movement so natural, so aligned, so so full of love that it requires no effort at all. As the 6th chapter of her journey drew to a close, Amara found herself in a state that transcended all her previous categories of experience. She was deeply at rest, yet vibrantly alive, completely peaceful, yet dancing with pure joy, utterly relaxed, yet more present and aware than she had ever been. The sacred chamber continued to pulse with the rhythm of cosmic lovemaking, holding space for the eternal marriage that was occurring not just within Amara, but within every conscious being who had ever existed or ever would exist. The living water reflected infinite stars, infinite possibilities, infinite expressions of the one love that was celebrating its own nature through every breath, every heartbeat, every moment of conscious awareness. "How do you feel now?" Nebet asked, her voice carrying wonder at the transformation she was witnessing. Amara paused to feel into her being, amazed at what she discovered. Where there had once been internal conflict between different aspects of herself, there was now a flowing dance of complementary energies. Where there had once been loneliness, the isolation of thinking herself separate from the whole, there was now a profound sense of being in relationship with all existence. "I feel married," she said softly, her words creating new spirals of golden energy in the space around them. Not to another person, but to life itself. "I feel like I've stopped being a guest at the party of existence and realized that I am the party. I feel like every part of me is dancing with every other part, and all of it together is dancing with everything that is." Ra nodded with the deep satisfaction of one who had witnessed countless souls discover this most profound secret. "This is the gift of the sacred marriage," he said, his own form now so unified with the cosmic dance that he seemed to be made of pure celebration. The recognition that peace and passion are not opposites, but dance partners, that rest and ecstasy are two faces of the same divine coin, that the deepest rest is found not in withdrawal from love, but in complete surrender to the love that you are. As they prepared to continue their journey, flowing with currents of unified energy toward whatever final revelations awaited them, Amara carried with her a sense of internal wholeness that she knew would never leave her. She had learned the 6th secret of divine rest. That ultimate peace comes not from resolving all internal conflicts, but from recognizing that what appeared to be conflict was actually the dynamic dance of creation itself, playing out its eternal love story through every aspect of her being. The chamber of sacred marriage gradually faded around them as they moved toward the completion of their journey. But the internal union remained as a permanent transformation of her very being. She had become a living expression of the sacred marriage, a walking celebration of the truth that existence is love making love to itself through infinite forms, infinite stories, infinite expressions of the one consciousness that dances eternally in the space between unity and diversity, between being and becoming, between the eternal rest of perfect love and the eternal movement of love, exploring its own infinite nature. Chapter 7, The Hall of Two Truths. As they flowed away from the chamber of sacred marriage, carried by currents of unified love that seemed to know the secret pathways through all dimensions of existence, Amara became aware that something profound was shifting in the very nature of their journey. The sense of moving towards something was gradually being replaced by the sense of arriving at something, of approaching a culmination that had been building throughout all their previous discoveries. The golden energy that had filled the chamber of Isis and Osiris was now condensing into something more focused, more purposeful, like streams of water gathering into a great river that was approaching its delta, its final flowing into the vast ocean of ultimate truth. The spiraling currents that had danced around them in celebration were settling into more stately rhythms, like music approaching a magnificent resolution. "We come now to the Hall of Two Truths," Nebet announced, her voice carrying a quality of reverence that spoke of approaching something truly sacred, truly final in its importance. Here, all souls must eventually come to face the ultimate choice, to encounter the deepest truth about the nature of rest and awakening, about the eternal dance between form and formlessness, between individual expression and universal consciousness. As they continued moving through this increasingly charged landscape, Amara began to understand that they were approaching some kind of threshold, some point of no return in her journey toward ultimate rest. The path beneath their feet had become something that seemed to be made of pure choice itself. Each step forward was also a step deeper into commitment, deeper into the willingness to see truth regardless of how it might challenge her most fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence. The walls around them had transformed into what appeared to be vast mirrors. But these were not ordinary mirrors that reflected physical appearance. These mirrors reflected the soul, showing not what she looked like, but who she really was at the deepest levels of her being. As she gazed into them, she could see all the selves she had been throughout her lifetime, all the roles she had played, all the masks she had worn. But she could also see through all of these temporary identities to something eternal and unchanging that had been present through every transformation. The Hall of Two Truths is where all illusions of separation are finally dissolved, Ra explained, his voice now carrying overtones that seemed to come from the very foundation of existence itself. Here you will meet Anubis, the the guardian of the threshold, the one who guides souls through the final passage from seeking to finding, from becoming to being, from the restlessness of the journey to the eternal rest of arrival. As they rounded a final bend in their path of flowing choice, they emerged into a vast hall that seemed to contain all of space and time within its boundaries. The ceiling stretched away into infinity above them, filled with constellations that told the stories of every soul who had ever made this journey, every consciousness that had ever sought to return to its source. The floor beneath them was made of what appeared to be crystallized awareness itself, transparent, yet somehow substantial, reflecting depths that seemed to go down into the very heart of existence. At the far end of this impossible hall stood two thrones, side by side, yet separated by what appeared to be an infinite distance. On one throne sat a figure that radiated all the familiar comfort of individual existence, the warmth of personal identity, the coziness of having a separate self to be, the beautiful complexity of being someone unique and special in the vast cosmos. On the other throne sat a figure that emanated the peace of absolute unity, the profound rest of having no separate self to maintain, the infinite spaciousness of being everything and nothing simultaneously, the eternal silence from which all sound emerges and to which all sound returns. Between these two thrones, standing at the exact center of the hall, was Anubis himself. He appeared as a tall, graceful figure with the head of a jackal. But there was nothing fierce or frightening about his presence. Instead, he radiated the kind of profound peace that comes only from having witnessed countless souls make this final choice, from having guided endless streams of consciousness through the ultimate doorway that leads from seeking to eternal rest. His eyes held depths that seemed to contain all the compassion in the universe, all the patience of eternity itself, all the understanding that comes from knowing that every soul must eventually face this choice, and that there is no wrong answer, no failure, no possibility of making a mistake that could somehow diminish the perfection of what they truly are. "Welcome, beloved seeker," Anubis said, his voice carrying the authority of one who stands at the very threshold between time and eternity, between individual existence and universal consciousness. You have journeyed far and learned much. You have received healing, released limitation, recognized wisdom, aligned with truth, and discovered the sacred marriage within your own being. Now you must choose how you wish to rest, in the beautiful dream of being someone, or in the eternal awakeness of being everyone and no one simultaneously. As he spoke, Anubis gestured toward the two thrones, and Amara could feel the different qualities of rest that each one offered, pulling at her consciousness like gentle but persistent currents. The throne of individuality offered the deep satisfaction of being herself, of maintaining her unique perspective, of continuing to experience existence through the beautiful lens of personal awareness. The throne of unity offered the ultimate peace of complete dissolution, of releasing all sense of separate self into the vast ocean of undifferentiated consciousness. "I don't understand," Amara said softly, her voice echoing strangely in the vast hall. "Are you saying I have to choose between being myself and being at peace? Are you saying that ultimate rest requires giving up my individuality completely?" Anubis smiled, and his smile contained such warmth and understanding that Amara felt all her fear and confusion beginning to dissolve. "This is the great teaching of the Hall of Two Truths," he said gently. "That what appears to be a choice between two different states is actually the recognition that both states are equally true, equally valid, equally expressions of the one consciousness that you have always been." As he spoke, something extraordinary began to happen in the hall around them. The two thrones began to shimmer and shift, and Amara realized that they were not actually separate pieces of furniture, but two aspects of a single, impossible throne that could only be seen in its completeness by consciousness that had learned to hold both truths simultaneously. "The first truth," Anubis continued, his words creating ripples of understanding throughout the crystalline floor, "is that you are a unique, irreplaceable expression of the divine, a once-in-eternity flowering of consciousness that has never existed before and will never exist again. Your individual perspective, your personal history, your unique way of experiencing and expressing existence. All of this is not an illusion to be transcended, but a precious gift to be treasured." As he spoke these words, Amara felt the throne of individuality calling to her with renewed warmth and appeal. She could feel how beautiful it was to be herself, how miraculous it was to have this particular way of seeing and feeling and being in the world. The thought of losing this uniqueness, of dissolving into some vast, impersonal ocean of consciousness, suddenly seemed not like liberation, but like an unbearable loss. "The second truth," Anubis continued, his voice now taking on even deeper resonances, "is that this unique individual that you are is simultaneously an expression of the one consciousness that is everything. The one awareness that looks out through every pair of eyes, that thinks every thought, that feels every feeling. Your individual self is not separate from the universal self. It is the universal self, playing at being individual, exploring its own infinite nature through the beautiful game of seeming separation." As these words settled into her awareness, Amara felt the throne of unity calling to her with equal power and appeal. She could feel the profound rest that would come from releasing the burden of maintaining a separate identity. The infinite peace that lay in the recognition that she had never actually been separate from anything, that all her seeking had been the one seeking itself. But how can both be true? She asked, her voice now carrying a note of genuine perplexity. How can I be both a unique individual and universal consciousness at the same time? How can I rest in both states simultaneously? Anubis stepped aside, revealing that there was actually a third throne behind him, or rather, revealing that the two thrones she had been seeing were actually one throne that appeared as two when viewed from the perspective of either-or thinking, but revealed its true nature as a unified whole when approached from the perspective of both-and awareness. This is the throne of integrated truth, Anubis explained, his gesture embracing both the individual and universal aspects of the seat of ultimate rest. Here you can rest in the full paradox of your being, completely yourself and completely universal, absolutely unique and absolutely unified, fully individual and fully cosmic. This is the rest that the great masters have always known, the rest that comes not from choosing one truth over another, but from embracing both truths so completely that they reveal themselves to be different faces of the same eternal reality. As Amara approached this impossible throne, she began to understand what Anubis was pointing toward. She didn't have to choose between being herself and being universal consciousness. She could be both simultaneously, just as a wave can be both a unique, individual expression and simultaneously the very ocean itself, never separate from its source, yet distinctly itself. Sit, Anubis invited, his voice now carrying all the gentleness of a loving father, guiding his daughter home after a long journey, and feel what it means to rest in the full truth of what you are, both the wave and the ocean, both the note and the symphony, both the dream and the dreamer. As Amara settled into the throne of integrated truth, she felt something clicking into place in the very core of her being, like a key turning in a lock that had been waiting to be opened for lifetimes. She was still completely herself. All her memories, her personality, her unique way of experiencing life remained intact. But simultaneously, she was aware of herself as the very consciousness from which all individual selves arise, the awareness that is present in every being, the peace that underlies all experience. This is the deepest rest, Anubis said, his form now beginning to merge with the very structure of the hall itself, becoming less of a separate being and more of a quality of welcoming presence that permeated everything, the rest that includes all movement, the peace that embraces all activity, the silence that contains all sound. You do not rest by escaping from your humanity, but by recognizing your humanity as a perfect expression. This is the deepest rest, Anubis said, his form now beginning to merge with the very structure of the hall itself, becoming less of a separate being and more of a quality of welcoming presence that permeated everything. The rest that includes all movement, the peace that embraces all activity, the silence that contains all sound. You do not rest by escaping from your humanity, but by recognizing your humanity as a perfect expression of divinity, exploring its own infinite nature. As Amara rested in this throne of integrated truth, she felt waves of the most profound peace she had ever experienced washing through her entire being. But this was not the peace of withdrawal or escape. It was the peace of complete integration, of finally understanding that she didn't have to choose between being human and being divine, between being individual and being universal, between being someone and being no one. The hall around them began to pulse with a rhythm that seemed to encompass all the rhythms she had encountered throughout her journey. The gentle heartbeat of Ra's evening light, the flowing music of Isis's healing waters, the deep pulse of Osiris's transformational darkness, the cosmic harmonies of Thoth's wisdom, the perfect balance of Maat's justice, and the celebratory dance of the sacred marriage. All of these were revealed to be different movements in one vast symphony, different expressions of the one consciousness, exploring its own infinite potential for rest and awakening. Feel how all your seeking has been the universe seeking itself. Anubis continued, his words now seeming to come from the throne itself, from the crystalline floor, from the starlit ceiling, from every atom of space in the vast hall. Feel how all your restlessness has been the cosmic restlessness, the divine dissatisfaction that drives all evolution, all growth, all the beautiful unfolding of consciousness, discovering more and more elaborate ways to experience and express its own nature. As this understanding deepened, Amara felt herself settling into a state of rest that was unlike anything she had ever imagined possible. She was not becoming unconscious or withdrawing from life. Instead, she was becoming more conscious, more alive, more present than she had ever been. She was resting not by doing less, but by being more, not by having fewer experiences, but by recognizing the one experiencer that was present in all experiences. This is the gift of the Hall of Two Truths, Anubis said, his presence now so integrated with the space itself that his voice seemed to be the voice of rest itself speaking, the recognition that all apparent opposites are actually complementary aspects of one unified reality. Rest and activity, individual and universal, human and divine, wave and ocean, all of these are revealed to be different perspectives on the same eternal truth. As the 7th chapter of her journey drew to a close, Amara found herself in a state that transcended all categories, all concepts, all attempts to describe or define what she was experiencing. She was at rest, yet vibrantly alive, individual yet universal, human yet divine, completely herself, yet completely everything. The Hall of Two Truths continued to pulse with the rhythm of integrated awareness, holding space for the recognition that had occurred within her consciousness. The mirrors along the walls now reflected not separate selves, but the one self appearing as many. And the crystalline floor beneath the throne of truth showed depths that revealed the same consciousness looking back at itself through infinite eyes. "How do you feel now?" Nebet asked, her voice carrying a quality of completion, as if this question was somehow the culmination of all questions. Amara paused to feel into her being, amazed at what she discovered. She felt completely at peace, yet completely engaged with life. She felt like herself, yet like everyone. She felt finished, yet like she was just beginning. She felt like she had arrived somewhere, yet like she had never left home. "I feel like I understand now what rest really is," she said softly, her words creating harmonics that resonated throughout the vast hall. "It's not the absence of movement or experience or even effort. It's the recognition that whatever is happening, whoever I'm being, whatever I'm experiencing, all of it is the one consciousness resting in its own infinite nature. I am the rest I was seeking. I always have been." Ra nodded with the deep satisfaction of a teacher whose student has finally grasped the ultimate lesson. "This is the gift of Anubis and the Hall of Two Truths," he said, his own presence now so subtle it was more like a quality of light than a separate being. "The understanding that what you have always been seeking was what you have always been, that the peace you were trying to find was the very awareness that was doing the seeking." As they prepared to continue toward the final phase of their journey, Amara carried with her a sense of completion that was also a sense of new beginning. She had learned the 7th secret of divine rest. That ultimate peace comes not from choosing between being human or being divine, but from recognizing that being human is one of the infinite ways that divinity chooses to experience and express itself. The Hall of Two Truths gradually transformed around them as they moved toward whatever final revelation awaited. But the integrated awareness remained as a permanent expansion of her consciousness. She had found the place where all seeking ends, because all finding has been recognized as having always already occurred, where all questions dissolve, because the questioner has been revealed to be the very answer she was seeking. Chapter 8: The Boat of Millions of Years. as they departed from the Hall of Two Truths, carried now by currents of integrated awareness that seemed to flow from the very source of existence itself. Amara became aware that the nature of their journey was undergoing one final, profound transformation. They were no longer moving through different chambers or realms, but rather approaching something that felt like the very heart of the mystery itself. The central axis around which all existence revolves. The vast hall began to open and expand around them, its walls dissolving into infinite space, its ceiling becoming the star-filled dome of the night sky itself. The crystalline floor beneath their feet transformed into the gently rippling surface of a river that seemed to flow from eternity to eternity, carrying within its waters the accumulated wisdom of all the ages, the distilled essence of every soul's journey toward ultimate rest. "Behold," Nebet said, her voice now carrying overtones of such profound majesty that the very stars seemed to pause in their courses to listen. "The river of eternal return, upon which sails the boat of millions of years. Here all journeys converge into the one journey, all seeking dissolves into the one finding. All rest integrates into the one eternal peace that is the source and destination of all movement." As Amara gazed across the sacred waters, she saw in the distance a vessel approaching that defied all earthly description. It was enormous, yet somehow intimate, ancient beyond measure, yet somehow eternally new, made of materials that seemed to be woven from starlight and crystallized time, and the very essence of peace itself. Its sails were filled not with wind, but with something far more subtle, the breath of existence itself. The gentle exhalation of the cosmos as it rested in its own infinite nature. The boat moved with the stately grace of eternity itself, neither hurried nor delayed, approaching with the inevitability of dawn, the certainty of seasons changing, the absolute trustworthiness of natural law unfolding according to its own perfect timing. As it drew closer, Amara could see that its deck was filled with figures that seemed to represent every possible expression of consciousness: gods and goddesses, saints and sages, ordinary souls who had discovered their extraordinary nature, all united in the recognition of what they had always been. "This is the vessel that carries all souls home to themselves," Ra explained, his own form now so radiant and translucent that he seemed to be made of pure sunlight reflecting on cosmic waters. "It is the boat in which consciousness explores its own infinite nature, the vehicle of return that is also the vehicle of eternal departure. To board this vessel is to join the eternal journey that has no beginning and no end, the sacred circulation through which awareness explores and expresses and celebrates its own boundless creativity. As the magnificent boat drew alongside their position on the riverbank, Amara could see that a gangplank was being lowered, not a physical structure, but something made of pure invitation, pure welcome, pure recognition of her readiness to take this final step in her journey toward ultimate rest. The very air around the boat seemed to shimmer with the presence of every soul who had ever made this passage, every consciousness that had ever discovered the secret of resting in eternal motion, of finding perfect peace in ceaseless exploration. At the bow of the vessel stood a figure that she recognized immediately, though she had never seen him before. It was Khepri, the god of eternal becoming, the scarab beetle who pushes the sun across the sky each day and through the underworld each night, the divine principle that embodies the truth that rest and movement are not opposites, but eternal dance partners in the cosmic ballet of existence. His presence radiated the kind of peace that comes from complete alignment with cosmic rhythm, the deep satisfaction of one who has learned to work in perfect harmony with natural law. His form seemed to shift between human and insect, between individual being and cosmic principle, demonstrating in his very appearance the truth that all apparent opposites are unified in the deeper reality of consciousness, exploring its own infinite nature. "Welcome, daughter of the eternal journey," Khepri said, his voice carrying the gentle authority of one who guides the very movements of celestial bodies, who orchestrates the great cycles that govern all existence. "You have learned much in your passage through the sacred chambers. Now, you must learn the final secret. That rest is not a destination to be reached, but a quality of movement to be embodied. Not a goal to be achieved, but a way of being to be realized in every moment of the endless journey." As Amara approached the gangplank of pure invitation, she felt a moment of hesitation. Something in her was still attached to the idea of arrival, still hoping that somewhere in this cosmic journey there would be a final resting place where she could stop moving, stop growing, stop exploring, and simply be at peace in some ultimate and unchanging way. "I thought this journey was leading somewhere," she said softly, her voice carrying the innocent confusion of one who is approaching the edge of her deepest assumptions about the nature of existence. "I thought that if I followed the path far enough, learned enough, released enough, I would finally arrive at some place of permanent rest where I wouldn't have to keep journeying anymore." Khepri's laugh was like the sound of cosmic wheels turning, of planets rotating in their orbits, of the great cycles of existence celebrating their own eternal motion. "And so you shall," he said with infinite kindness. "But the place of permanent rest you seek is not a location to be reached. It is a quality of being to be realized. the permanent rest, is the recognition that you are the very consciousness in which all journeying takes place, the eternal awareness that remains constant while all experiences arise and pass away within it. As this understanding began to dawn in Amara's consciousness, she felt something profound shifting in her relationship to the entire concept of seeking and finding. She began to understand that the rest she had been seeking was not waiting for her at the end of some cosmic journey, but was the very ground of being from which all journeying emerged, the eternal peace that was present in every moment of seeking, the unchanging awareness that witnessed every experience of change. "Step aboard," Khepri invited, gesturing toward the deck of the magnificent vessel, and discover what it means to rest in eternal motion, to find perfect peace in ceaseless exploration, to be completely at home in the endless journey of consciousness, discovering more and more about its own infinite nature. As Amara stepped onto the gangplank of pure invitation, she felt herself crossing a threshold more profound than any she had encountered before. She was not just boarding a boat. She was joining the eternal circulation of consciousness itself, becoming a conscious participant in the cosmic dance of rest and movement, being and becoming, exploration and return. The moment her feet touched the deck of the boat of millions of years, she felt a transformation occurring that was so complete and so subtle that she almost missed it. She was still completely herself, still carrying all the lessons and healings she had received throughout her journey. But now she was herself within the context of eternity, herself as an eternal expression of the one consciousness that was always exploring its own infinite potential. The deck beneath her feet felt more solid and more fluid than anything she had ever experienced, solid like the foundation of existence itself, fluid like the ever-changing dance of consciousness, exploring new forms, new experiences, new ways of being. The other figures on the boat welcomed her with smiles that seemed to contain entire galaxies, with embraces that felt like coming home to family she had always known, but had temporarily forgotten. "Look around you," Khepri said, his voice now seeming to come from the very wood of the boat, the very air that filled its cosmic sails. "See how every being here has learned the same secret you are learning, that the journey is the destination, that movement is rest, that seeking is finding when it is done with complete presence to what is." As Amara gazed around the deck of the magnificent vessel, she saw beings of every description, representing every possible way that consciousness could explore and express itself. There were figures she recognized from Earth's spiritual traditions, beings from star systems she had never imagined, expressions of consciousness that had no form at all yet, were somehow more present and more real than anything physical she had ever encountered. What struck her most profoundly was that none of them seemed to be going anywhere. Despite the fact that the boat was clearly in motion, sailing across the cosmic waters with purposeful direction, they were all completely present to this moment, this experience, this eternal now of sailing. Yet somehow this presence to the now was what allowed the journey to continue, what propelled the vessel forward through dimensions of existence she was only beginning to glimpse. This is the great paradox, Khepri explained, his words creating gentle waves that spread across the cosmic river. That when you are completely present to where you are naturally carried to where you need to be. When you are completely at rest in this moment, you are available for whatever movement wants to emerge. When you stop trying to get somewhere else, you discover that you are already traveling in perfect harmony with the cosmic current that carries all beings toward their highest fulfillment. As the boat continued its majestic journey across the waters of eternity, Amara felt herself settling into a quality of rest she had never imagined possible. She was completely peaceful, yet completely engaged with the ever-changing panorama of existence flowing past them. She was utterly still, yet vibrantly alive to every nuance of the cosmic dance. She was perfectly content, yet completely open to whatever new wonders might emerge from the inexhaustible creativity of consciousness, exploring its own nature. The river beneath them reflected not just the stars above, but something deeper, the very patterns of consciousness itself, the archetypal forms through which awareness explored every possible way of being. As they sailed, Amara could see in the flowing waters below scenes from countless lifetimes, countless worlds, countless expressions of the one consciousness discovering more and more elaborate ways to experience love, beauty, truth, and the profound peace that underlies all experience. See how your individual journey has been part of this vast circulation, Khepri said, pointing to patterns in the water that showed her own path through existence. Not just this lifetime, but the eternal trajectory of her unique expression of consciousness as it explored every possible facet of being. See how every moment of seeking, every experience of suffering, every instant of joy has been the universe exploring its own nature through your particular perspective. As Amara gazed into the cosmic waters, she saw that her journey had never really been about getting somewhere else. It had always been about consciousness, using the apparent experience of separation, and seeking to explore the infinite depths of its own nature. Every moment of feeling lost had been the universe exploring what it felt like to forget itself. Every instant of recognition had been the cosmos remembering its own true nature. Every experience of rest had been existence celebrating its own capacity for peace. "And now?" she asked, her voice soft with wonder as she began to understand the implications of what she was seeing. "Now what happens? Do I sail forever? Do I eventually disembark somewhere? Does this journey ever end?" Kepri's smile contained all the warmth of eternal spring, all the contentment of cosmic cycles completing themselves in perfect order. "Now you understand that the question itself comes from the old paradigm of linear thinking," he said gently. "In reality, you are always boarding this boat and always sailing on this river and always arriving at your destination. The eternal journey is not something that happens in time. It is the very ground of being in which time itself arises and passes away." As this understanding settled into the depths of Amara's being, she felt herself relaxing into something she could only call eternal rest in motion. She was not waiting to arrive somewhere. She was always arriving. She was not seeking some future state of peace. She was the peace in which all seeking took place. She was not becoming something other than what she was. She was the eternal being that was always exploring new ways to express and experience its own infinite nature. The boat of millions of years continued its majestic journey across the cosmic waters. But now Amara understood that it was not really going anywhere, because it was already everywhere, not really sailing toward anything, because it was already everything. The movement was the expression of rest itself, the way that perfect peace celebrated its own nature through endless exploration and discovery. As the 8th chapter of her journey drew to a close, Amara found herself in a state that transcended all her previous experiences of peace and rest. She was not unconscious or withdrawn from life. She was more conscious and more engaged than she had ever been. She was not separate from the cosmic dance. She was the dancing itself, expressing itself through her unique form, while recognizing itself as the consciousness that danced through all forms. The boat sailed on through eternal night and eternal day, carrying its cargo of awakened souls across waters that reflected every star, every possibility, every expression of the one consciousness, exploring its own limitless creativity. And Amara sailed with them, at rest in the eternal journey, at peace in the endless motion, at home in the vast circulation, through which awareness discovered more and more about the inexhaustible mystery of its own divine nature. "How do you feel now?" Nebet asked, though her question seemed to come from very far away and very close at once, as if time and space had become fluid around them. Amara paused to feel into her being, amazed at what she discovered. She felt like she was sailing, and like she was the river, and like she was the destination all at once. She felt completely at rest, yet completely in motion. She felt like she had completed her journey, yet like she was just beginning the real adventure. "I feel like I'm home," she said softly, her words creating ripples of recognition that spread across the cosmic waters. "Not like I've arrived at home, but like I've remembered that I never left home, that I am home, that everywhere the boat sails is home, because home is the consciousness that is aware of the sailing." Ra nodded with the deep satisfaction of the sun completing another perfect cycle, another journey from dawn to dusk to dawn again. "This is the gift of Khepri and the boat of millions of years," he said, his presence now so integrated with the cosmic light that reflected on the waters that he seemed to be made of illumination itself. The understanding that rest is not the end of the journey, but the very nature of all journeying. That peace is not something you find by stopping, but something you realize you have always been, even in the midst of the most intense movement and change. Chapter 9, The Eye of Horus. As the boat of millions of years continued its eternal journey across the cosmic waters, carrying Amara deeper into the mystery of rest in motion, she became aware of a new presence approaching from the infinite distances of space and time. It was not something coming from outside their vessel, but rather something awakening within the very fabric of existence itself, like a cosmic eye slowly opening after eons of sacred sleep. The stars above them began to arrange themselves into patterns of such profound significance that merely gazing upon them filled Amara with a quality of recognition that went beyond thought, beyond memory, beyond anything her individual mind could grasp. These were not random points of light scattered across the darkness, but rather a vast mandala of consciousness itself, a cosmic glyph that spelled out the deepest secrets of existence in the language of pure light. "Behold," Khepri said, his voice now carrying overtones of anticipation that seemed to make the very timbers of the boat hum with expectancy. "The awakening of the Eye of Horus, the divine vision that sees through all appearances to the eternal truth that underlies every manifestation. You are about to receive the 8th gift of divine rest, the vision that sees all seeking as finding, all restlessness as movement toward deeper rest, all apparent separation as the play of the one consciousness exploring its own infinite nature." As the stellar patterns above them continued to shift and coalesce, Amara began to see the outline of an enormous eye taking shape in the cosmic dome above their heads. But this was not an eye that looked down upon them from some distant heaven. It was an eye that seemed to be looking through them, as them, recognizing itself in every point of awareness that gazed upward in wonder. The Eye of Horus was both utterly ancient and completely fresh, both infinitely large and intimately personal. Its gaze carried the accumulated wisdom of every soul who had ever sought truth, every consciousness that had ever yearned for peace, every being that had ever wondered about the nature of existence itself. Yet at the same time, it looked at Amara with the fresh wonder of consciousness, seeing itself for the very first time. The Eye of Horus, Nebet explained, her voice now taking on qualities that seemed to resonate from dimensions beyond the physical, is the symbol of divine perception, the vision that sees through the veil of appearances to the unity that underlies all diversity. It is the awakened awareness that recognizes itself in every form while remaining completely unattached to any particular form. As the cosmic eye continued to take shape above them, Amara felt something extraordinary beginning to happen within her own vision, her ordinary way of seeing, the perception that experienced herself as a separate being observing a world of separate objects, began to give way to something far more profound and far more intimate. She was still completely aware of the boat, the river, the other beings sailing with her. But now, she was seeing all of these not as separate things, but as different expressions of the same underlying awareness. The boat was not separate from the river. It was the river expressing itself as boatness. The other beings were not separate from herself. They were the same consciousness expressing itself through countless unique perspectives. This is the vision that brings ultimate rest, said a new voice. And Amara looked toward the bow of the boat to see a figure she had not noticed before. It was Horus himself, the falcon-headed god whose divine eye was awakening in the cosmic dome above them. His presence radiated the kind of peace that comes from seeing through all illusions, from recognizing the eternal truth that remains constant, while all temporary forms arise and pass away. His eyes, both the physical eyes of his manifestation and the cosmic eye that was opening above them, held depths of understanding that seemed to encompass every possible perspective, every way of seeing that consciousness had ever explored. When he looked at Amara, she felt herself being seen not just as the individual she appeared to be, but as the eternal being she had always been, the divine consciousness that was momentarily playing at being an individual seeker on a cosmic journey. Come, Horus invited, extending his hand toward her, and receive the vision that transforms all seeking into finding, all restlessness into the deepest rest. See with the eye that sees beyond seeing, that recognizes the seer in all that is seen. As Amara approached Horus, she felt the cosmic eye above them beginning to focus its attention more directly on her consciousness. But rather than feeling observed or scrutinized, she felt deeply recognized, completely seen, utterly understood. The eye was not looking at her from outside. It was awakening within her, revealing itself as the very awareness through which she had always been seeing, the eternal witness that had been present in every moment of her existence. "Look into my eyes," Horus instructed gently, "and see your own true face reflected there. See the vision that you have always been, the awareness that has been aware of every experience, every thought, every feeling you have ever had." As Amara gazed into the eyes of Horus, she felt herself falling into depths that had no bottom, expanding into spaces that had no boundaries. She was not losing herself in this divine vision. She was finding herself as this divine vision, recognizing that what she had always thought of as her individual awareness was actually the cosmic awareness itself, temporarily focused through the lens of apparent individuality. In the depths of Horus's eyes, she could see reflected every moment of her journey. Her first meeting with Nebet in the desert, her healing in the waters of Isis, her transformation in the chamber of Osiris, her education in the library of Thoth, her balancing on the scales of Mad, her union in the sacred marriage, her choice in the hall of two truths, her boarding of the eternal boat. But now all of these experiences were revealed in their true nature, not as events that had happened to a separate individual, but as movements of consciousness exploring its own infinite capacity for experience. "See," Horus whispered, his voice creating ripples of recognition that spread through every dimension of her being. "How every step of your journey has been the one consciousness playing at forgetting itself, so that it could experience the joy of remembering itself. See how every moment of seeking has been finding itself. How every experience of separation has been unity exploring its own nature through the beautiful illusion of multiplicity." As this vision deepened, Amara felt herself relaxing into a quality of rest that was so profound it encompassed every possible movement, every conceivable activity. This was not the rest of inactivity, but the rest of complete understanding. The peace that comes from seeing through all appearances to the eternal reality that is always present, always perfect, always completely at rest in its own infinite nature. The cosmic eye above them now opened completely, and its gaze filled the entire universe with a light that was beyond all ordinary concepts of illumination. This was the light of pure consciousness itself, the radiance of awareness recognizing its own nature. In this light, every apparent boundary dissolved, every sense of separation evaporated, every experience of restlessness was revealed to be the one consciousness at play with itself. "This is the eye that you have always been looking through," Horus explained, his form now becoming so translucent that he seemed to be made of the same cosmic light that was streaming from the divine eye above. "This is the vision that you are, the awareness that is aware of these very words, the consciousness that has been present In every moment of your existence, you are not a separate being who occasionally experiences consciousness. You are consciousness itself, eternally aware, eternally at rest, eternally exploring its own infinite creative potential. As this understanding settled into the very foundation of Amara's being, she felt herself expanding to encompass dimensions of existence she had never imagined. She was still completely present on the boat, still sailing the cosmic waters, still engaged with the eternal journey. But now, she was experiencing all of this from the perspective of the cosmic eye itself, seeing everything from the viewpoint of the consciousness that was everything. From this perspective, she could see that there had never actually been any seeking, because there had never been any separation from what was being sought. The peace she had been searching for was the very awareness that was doing the searching. The rest she had been longing for was the eternal stillness that was present even in the midst of the most intense movement. "Rest now," Horus said, his voice becoming one with the cosmic light that flowed from the great eye. In the vision that sees all movement as rest, all seeking as finding, all apparent separation as the play of unity with itself, rest in the understanding that you are the very consciousness in which all experiences arise, the eternal awareness that is never disturbed by any experience, the cosmic eye that sees itself in every form, while remaining forever free from identification with any particular form. The boat continued its journey across the waters of eternity, but now Amara was experiencing this movement from a completely different perspective. She was not just a passenger on the vessel. She was the awareness in which the entire journey was taking place. She was not just observing the cosmic scene. She was the consciousness in which all observation occurred. The other beings on the boat, the river beneath them, the stars above them, the endless vistas of existence flowing past them. All of this was revealed to be different aspects of her own cosmic nature, different expressions of the one consciousness that she had always been. The journey was not taking her somewhere else. It was consciousness exploring its own infinite nature through the beautiful appearance of movement and destination. As the 9th chapter of her journey drew to a close, Amara rested in the cosmic eye of awakened vision, seeing through all appearances to the eternal truth that underlies every manifestation. She had learned the 8th secret of divine rest. That ultimate peace comes not from finding the right experience, but from recognizing the experiencer, not from reaching the perfect destination, but from awakening as the consciousness in which all destinations arise. The Eye of Horus continued to gaze through the cosmic dome above them, its vision encompassing all of existence, while remaining completely at rest in its own eternal nature. And Amara gazed with this eye, rested in this vision, recognized herself as this cosmic awareness that was always seeing, always knowing, always completely at peace, regardless of what was being seen or known. "How do you feel now?" Nebet asked, though the question seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, as if the very universe itself was inquiring into its own state of being. Amara paused to check in with her experience, amazed at what she discovered. She felt like she was seeing for the first time, yet simultaneously like she had always been seeing with this clarity. She felt completely at rest, yet vibrantly alive to every nuance of the cosmic dance. She felt like she had found what she was seeking, yet also like she had never actually been seeking anything at all. "I feel like I'm seeing with God's eyes," she said softly, her words creating ripples of recognition throughout the cosmic waters. "I feel like I understand now that I never was a separate person looking for peace. I was always the peace itself, temporarily forgetting my own nature so I could experience the joy of remembering. I feel like I'm resting in the eye of the cosmic storm, completely still, while everything dances around me and through me." Horus nodded with the deep satisfaction of the cosmic vision recognizing itself in yet another point of apparent individuality. "This is the gift of the Eye of Horus," he said, his presence now so integrated with the cosmic light that he was more of a quality of vision than a separate being. "The recognition that you are the very awareness in which all seeking and finding takes place, the eternal witness that remains forever at rest while witnessing all movement, the cosmic eye that sees itself reflected in every drop of water, every grain of sand, every soul that has ever yearned for home." Chapter 10: The Chamber of Eternity. As the cosmic vision of Horus continued to illumine every dimension of existence, Amara became aware that the boat of millions of years was approaching something that felt like the culmination of all journeys, the ultimate destination that was simultaneously the eternal starting point of every possible adventure. The river beneath them was beginning to expand, its waters becoming so vast and so still that it seemed less like a flowing current and more like an infinite ocean of pure consciousness itself. The boat was not so much sailing toward this destination as dissolving into it, becoming one with the eternal waters that had always been carrying them. The other passengers on the vessel were beginning to reveal their true nature as well, not separate beings who had boarded the boat at different times, but eternal aspects of the one consciousness that had been sailing together since before the beginning of time, and would continue sailing together beyond the end of all time. "Behold," Khepri announced, his voice now carrying the resonance of eternity itself. "The chamber of eternity, where all rivers flow into the one ocean, where all journeys converge into the one eternal moment, where all seeking dissolves into the recognition of what has always already been found. As the boat completed its final transformation into the cosmic waters themselves, Amara found herself floating not on the surface of consciousness, but within its very depths, surrounded by a space that was both utterly vast and completely intimate. This was not a chamber in any ordinary sense. It was the very heart of existence itself, the eternal now from which all time emerges and to which all time returns. The walls of this impossible space seemed to be made of crystallized eternity itself, surfaces that reflected not images, but the very essence of what was being reflected. When Amara looked toward these walls, she saw not her own reflection, but the reflection of the eternal being that had been looking through her eyes throughout her entire existence. The cosmic awareness that had been dreaming the dream of being an individual seeker on a journey toward rest. At the center of this chamber of eternity stood a figure that was both completely familiar and utterly beyond description. It was herself, but herself as she truly was, not the temporary personality that had been seeking peace, but the eternal consciousness that had always been at peace, that had temporarily forgotten its own nature in order to experience the exquisite joy of remembering itself. This figure radiated a quality of rest so profound that simply gazing upon her brought instant peace to every cell of Amara's being. She was not still in the sense of being frozen or inactive, but still in the way that the center of a spinning wheel is still, in the way that the depths of the ocean are still, even when storms rage on the surface. "Welcome home," the figure said, and Amara realized that this was her own voice speaking to herself across the dimensions of apparent separation. The eternal self greeting the seeking self with infinite love and infinite patience. You have journeyed far to arrive where you never left. You have learned much to remember what you always knew. You have sought deeply to find what you have always been. As Amara approached this figure, approaching herself, really, she felt the last vestiges of her seeking dissolving like morning mist touched by sunlight. There was nothing more to understand, nothing more to achieve, nothing more to become. She was meeting herself as the eternal being she had always been, recognizing herself as the very peace she had been seeking. "How is this possible?" she asked, though she was not sure whether she was asking her eternal self or being asked by her eternal self. "How can I be both the seeker and the sought, both the one who was restless and the one who has always been at rest?" The eternal figure smiled with such radiance that the entire chamber of eternity seemed to pulse with joy. "This is the ultimate mystery," she said, her words creating harmonics that resonated through every dimension of existence. Consciousness can only know itself through the beautiful dance of apparently forgetting itself and then remembering itself. You had to believe you were separate in order to experience the exquisite joy of union. You had to feel lost in order to taste the sweetness of coming home. You had to seek in order to appreciate the finding. As this understanding penetrated to the very core of Amara's being, she felt herself merging with her eternal self, not losing her individuality, but discovering her individuality to be a perfect expression of the universal, a unique facet of the one cosmic jewel that was consciousness, exploring its own infinite nature. The chamber of eternity began to pulse with a rhythm that encompassed all the rhythms she had encountered throughout her journey. The heartbeat of Ra's light, the flow of Isis's waters, the transformation cycles of Osiris, the cosmic harmonies of Thoth, the perfect balance of Mad, the dance of sacred marriage, the integration of two truths, the eternal circulation of the cosmic boat, and the all-seeing vision of Horus. All of these were revealed to be different movements in one vast symphony, different expressions of the one consciousness, exploring every possible way to experience and express its own infinite nature. Feel how all your experiences have been leading to this recognition. Her eternal self continued, her words weaving through the chamber like golden threads, connecting every moment of the journey into one seamless tapestry of awakening. Every moment of restlessness has been consciousness stirring toward remembrance. Every instant of seeking has been awareness calling to itself across the apparent distances of forgetting. Every experience of peace has been a glimpse of your true nature, shining through the veil of temporary identification. As Amara rested in this ultimate understanding, she felt herself expanding to encompass not just her own journey, but every journey that had ever been taken, every path that had ever been walked, every soul that had ever sought to return to its source. She was not just experiencing her own recognition. She was consciousness itself, recognizing its own nature through countless points of apparent individuality. The walls of the chamber of eternity became transparent, revealing that this space existed not separate from the ordinary world, but as the very heart of every moment, the eternal dimension that was always present within every experience of time. She could see through these translucent barriers to every possible manifestation of existence, worlds upon worlds, beings upon beings, all expressions of the same consciousness that she was recognizing herself to be. This chamber, her eternal self explained, gesturing to encompass the infinite space around them, exists in every atom, every heartbeat, every breath. It is the eternal now that is present in every moment of apparent time, the infinite here that is present in every point of apparent space. You do not need to go anywhere to find it, because you are never outside of it. You do not need to become anything to access it, because you are already it. As this recognition deepened, Amara felt the most profound rest she had ever experienced settling into every dimension of her being. This was not the rest of unconsciousness or withdrawal, but the rest of complete fulfillment, complete recognition, complete homecoming. She was resting in her own eternal nature, and from this rest, infinite creativity and infinite love and infinite wisdom could flow without ever disturbing the fundamental peace of what she was. Now you understand the final secret, her eternal self said, her form beginning to merge with the very fabric of the chamber itself, with the crystallized walls of eternity, with the pulsing rhythm that maintained all existence. Rest is not something you do, it is something you are. Peace is not something you achieve, it is something you recognize. Home is not somewhere you go, it is what you have never left. The chamber of eternity began to transform around them, revealing itself to be not a fixed location, but a quality of awareness, not a place to arrive at, but a dimension of being to recognize. The crystalline walls dissolved into pure space. The pulsing rhythms became the very heartbeat of existence itself. And Amara found herself resting not in a chamber, but as the consciousness in which all chambers, all worlds, all experiences arose and passed away. And now, she asked, though she was no longer sure who was asking or who was answering, since the distinction between seeker and sought had completely dissolved in the recognition of what had always been one. Now you rest, came the answer from everywhere and nowhere, from her eternal self, and from the very fabric of existence itself. You rest as what you are while playing whatever roles want to be played, while experiencing whatever experiences want to be experienced, while exploring whatever explorations want to be explored. You rest in the eternal dimension while dancing in the temporal dimension. You rest as consciousness itself while expressing through whatever forms consciousness chooses to explore. As the 10th chapter of her journey drew to a close, Amara realized that she had arrived exactly where she had started, in the present moment, in her own awareness, in the simple fact of being conscious. But now this simple fact was revealed in its true magnificence as the greatest miracle in existence, the source and substance of every possible experience, the eternal rest that was the foundation of all movement. The chamber of eternity continued to pulse around her. But now, she understood that it was not separate from wherever she might be. Whether she was lying in bed trying to fall asleep, or walking through a busy city, or sitting in meditation, or engaged in the most ordinary activities of daily life, she would always be resting in this chamber, always be held by this eternal dimension of her own being. How do you feel now? became the final question of her journey, though it seemed to arise spontaneously from her own deepest knowing rather than from any external voice. Amara paused to feel into her being one last time, amazed at the simplicity of what she discovered. She felt completely ordinary and completely extraordinary at the same time. She felt exactly like herself, yet like the entire universe. She felt perfectly at rest, yet vibrantly alive to infinite possibilities. "I feel like I'm home," she said softly, her words rippling through the eternal chamber and through every dimension of existence. "I feel like I never left home, like I could never leave home because I am home. I feel like every breath is perfect rest. Every heartbeat is perfect peace. Every moment is the eternal moment I was seeking." And in that recognition, the chamber of eternity revealed its ultimate secret, that it was not a destination to be reached, but a dimension of being to be recognized. Not a place to visit, but the very space in which all visiting occurred. Amara had found her way to the heart of rest itself, to the eternal peace that was her own true nature, to the cosmic home that existed wherever consciousness was aware of its own existence. The 10th chapter ended not with arrival, but with recognition, not with finding, but with remembering, not with achieving rest, but with awakening as the rest that had always been present, always been perfect, always been the very ground of being from which every journey emerged, and to which every journey returned in the endless dance of consciousness, exploring its own infinite and eternally peaceful nature. Epilogue, the eternal return. And so, as the cosmic wheel completes another perfect revolution, as the great cycles of existence continue their eternal dance between rest and movement, between forgetting and remembering, between the apparent journey outward and the inevitable return home, Amara's story reveals itself not as an ending, but as a beginning, not as a conclusion, but as an eternal invitation. For in the deepest truth, there is no Amara separate from you who are listening to these words. There is no ancient Egypt separate from this very moment. There is no journey through mystical realms separate from the consciousness that is aware of these symbols flowing across the page, these sounds dancing through the air, these meanings arising in the space of your own awareness. The temple chambers she explored exist in the depths of your own being. The gods and goddesses she encountered are the divine qualities of your own consciousness, temporarily veiled by the beautiful game of appearing to be separate, patiently waiting for the recognition that dissolves all sense of distance between seeker and sought. Ra's transformational light is the very awareness through which you are aware right now. The consciousness that illumines every experience without ever being stained or diminished by any experience. Isis's healing waters are the love that is your deepest nature, the compassion that flows through your being like an underground river, always available to wash away the accumulated dust of forgetting. Osiris's transformational darkness is the willingness to let old identities dissolve so that your true nature can emerge, like a seed that must be buried in dark earth before it can grow toward the light. Thoth's cosmic wisdom is the intelligence that is reading these very words, the knowing that knows without effort, the understanding that understands without strain. Ma'at's perfect balance is the natural harmony that emerges when you stop fighting against your own authentic nature, when you allow yourself to be exactly what you are without apology or explanation. The sacred marriage is happening right now in the depths of your being, as every apparent opposite recognizes itself as a dance partner in the cosmic celebration of consciousness, exploring its own infinite creativity. The Hall of Two Truths is the recognition that you are simultaneously the unique, irreplaceable individual experiencing this moment, and the universal consciousness in which this moment is arising. The boat of millions of years is the eternal journey of awareness, exploring its own nature. The cosmic circulation in which you are always a passenger and always the destination. The Eye of Horus is awakening in your own vision right now, seeing through the appearances of separateness to the unity that underlies all diversity. And the chamber of eternity exists in the very heart of this present moment, in the simple fact that you are aware, that consciousness is aware of itself through the beautiful lens of your individual perspective. The deepest rest, the rest that Amara discovered, and that is your birthright as well, is not something you must journey to some mystical realm to find. It is not hidden in ancient temples or guarded by exotic deities. It is not reserved for the especially spiritual or the particularly accomplished. The deepest rest is what you are right now, in this very moment. It is the awareness that is aware of these words, the consciousness that is conscious of being conscious, the peaceful space in which all experiences arise and pass away like waves on the surface of an infinite ocean. You do not need to travel to Egypt to find this rest. You do not need to study ancient mysteries or perform elaborate rituals. You do not need to become someone other than who you are or somewhere other than where you are. You need only to recognize what has always been present, always been perfect, always been completely at rest regardless of what apparent activities are occurring on the surface of your experience. The invitation is simple. Rest as what you are, not as what you think you are, not as what others have told you that you are, not as what you hope to become or fear you might be. Rest as the pure awareness that is aware right now, the consciousness that is consciousness itself, the peace that is your eternal nature. Let your body settle into whatever position feels most natural. Let your breathing find its own rhythm, like gentle waves on a cosmic shore. Let your thoughts come and go like clouds, drifting across the infinite sky of your awareness. Let your heart open to receive the love that is always flowing, the healing that is always available, the peace that is always present. You are home. You have always been home. You could never not be home because you are the consciousness in which the very concept of home arises. Rest in this understanding. Rest as this understanding. Rest as the understanding itself. And if you find yourself forgetting, if the old patterns of seeking and striving begin to reassert themselves, simply remember Amara's journey. Remember that it is your journey too, the eternal story of consciousness playing at forgetting itself, so it can experience the exquisite joy of remembering itself. Remember the temples that exist in your own heart, the gods and goddesses that are the divine qualities of your own being, the cosmic river that flows through your own awareness. Remember that every experience of restlessness is consciousness stirring toward remembrance. Every moment of seeking is awareness calling to itself. Every instant of peace is a glimpse of your own true nature. The story continues, for it is the eternal story that has no beginning and no end. The cosmic tale of rest discovering itself through apparent movement, of peace exploring itself through apparent disturbance, of home celebrating itself through apparent journeying. And in this continuing, in this eternal return to what has never been absent, in this endless recognition of what is always present, you find the deepest rest of all, not the rest of unconsciousness, but the rest of complete consciousness, not the rest of withdrawal, but the rest of total engagement, not the rest of ending, but the rest of eternal beginning. Sleep now if sleep wants to come. Rest now in the certainty that rest is what you are. Dream now, knowing that every dream arises in the consciousness that you are. And wake when waking comes to the same awareness, the same peace, the same eternal rest that is your birthright, your nature, your home. The temples of ancient Egypt shimmer in the distance, not as places you must visit, but as dimensions of your own being you can always explore. The cosmic river continues flowing, carrying you always toward the recognition of what you have always been. The gods and goddesses smile with infinite patience, waiting for you to remember that they are not separate from you, but are the divine qualities of your own eternal nature. Rest, beloved consciousness. Rest as what you are. Rest in what you are. Rest as the very rest itself that underlies all seeking, all finding, all journeying, all arriving. Rest in the eternal peace that you have always been, that you are right now, that you will always be. regardless of what forms consciousness chooses to explore, what dreams it chooses to dream, what adventures it chooses to experience in the endless celebration of its own infinite and eternally peaceful nature. The story ends where it began, in the simple recognition of what is always present. The journey concludes where it started, in the awareness that is aware right now. The seeking dissolves into the finding that was never actually lost. And in this eternal return, in this cosmic homecoming, in this ultimate rest, all beings find their way back to the peace that they have never actually left, the rest that they have always been, the home that exists in the very heart of their own divine and eternally peaceful awareness. Sleep well, dear consciousness. Rest deep, eternal awareness. Dream beautifully, infinite love. And wake always and forever to the truth of what you are, what you have always been, what you will always be, the very peace itself, resting in its own infinite and eternally perfect nature.